to City Kia.
City Kia presents its largest Rocktober sales event ever. Rocktober. Save up to $10,000 on new City Kias. Upside down on your trade, $8, $10, $15,000. City Kia to the rescue. Financing as low as 0% and payments as low as $89 a month on select models and terms. Rocktober. Hurry, it's City Kia's largest Rocktober sales event ever. Visit us at citykia.com.
Make that switch to City Kia.
Whitney Cummings presents the Big Baby Tour 2024.
I'm sorry that the appropriate age for women to get pregnant in the medical community is at prom in a toilet.
Hard Rock Live, Friday, November 15th. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
It's Oktoberfest season in Central Florida, and the Filatowski Eye Institute wants you to see every detail of the celebration. For over 3 decades, they've been helping Central Florida residents experience life's joys with crystal clarity. Imagine seeing all the festivities without worrying about lost contacts or foggy glasses. With their 24-month interest-free financing, LASIK is on tap for you this October. Text 1041 to 868686 now for your free LASIK consultation at the Filatowski Eye Institute, and raise a glass to clear vision.
Sometimes where a crime took place leads you to answer why the crime happened in the first place. Hi, I'm Sloan Glass, host of the new true crime podcast, American Homicide. In this series, we'll examine some of the country's most infamous and mysterious murders and learn how the location of the crime becomes a character in the story. Listen to American Homicide on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search American Homicide and start listening.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Takeback Day, October 26th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
Hey, welcome to Total Wireless. How can I help you?
Oh, my phone is panicking. It thinks I'm trading it in.
No worries. At Total Wireless, you get 50% off the Total 5G Unlimited plan when you keep your phone.
Really? 50% off and I get to keep my phone? Wow.
Yep, that's as low as $25 per month for one line when you sign up for AutoPay.
Visit your Total Wireless store today. Restrictions apply. Compatible device required. Available exclusively online and in Total Wireless retail stores.
You scaled the sheer cliff face, battling frostbite, running low on oxygen. The wind pierced your skin, and every inch was agony. You reached heights no other human had before, while getting nowhere at airport security. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover best-selling action titles on Audible.
Don Jr. here, guys. Are you receiving letters from the IRS claiming you owe back taxes? As penalties and interest fees pile up, the IRS gives you no clear path to resolution. Don't speak to them on your own. They are not your friends. To reach a team of licensed tax professionals that can help you reduce, settle, and resolve your tax matters, go to tnusa.com and check them out.
Solve your tax problems today. Call 1-800-780-8888 or visit tnusa.com. That's 1-800-780-8888.
Discover the new Buick SUVs in stock now at orangebuickgmc.com. We are professional grade.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because you deserve better. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Real Radio has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, BILLS. B-I-L-L-S. BILLS. Enter it now on our website, realradio.fm. Good luck.
Someone's going to get offended. It's just the way the world works. So to hopefully save everyone a little time and or energy, here's this. The opinions that you hear are those of the host and callers, and not those of iHeartMedia, its management, or advertisers. Are now listening to The Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1.
That's right, guys. Here we go on a Friday edition of The Jim Colbert Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate that, as we do every single day. We do have a good one for you this afternoon. We'll get you caught up on what's happening in the world. We'll do that at 3:20 with Woke News. We do have Sink or Sail. Captain Jack will turn us on to some yacht rock, or maybe not rock.
Oh, there's a fighting words.
Embers only today as well. A beautiful, really, really cigar for you today for Embers only. Primetime Kitchen. Fayez Carr will turn us on to some good things to eat here in Central Florida, and we will kidnap his ass today.
All right. Way to end a week.
12 o'clock hour. It's tickets are Oktoberfest, Orlando City playoffs as well. We have 2 more opportunities for the Bucks Bus today as well. And we'll end it up with, you heard it here first, your calls, texts, and talkbacks all day long, plus 4 opportunities to win $1,000. Welcome to the show. I am Jim. To my left, my lovely and very dangerous co-host, Ms. Deb Roberts.
Did he say Friday?
Straight Ed's producer, Jack Bradshaw.
Good afternoon.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Find us easily on social media. That's Instagram and Facebook at The Jim Colbert Show, on Twitter, just at Jim Colbert Show, and of course, all day, every day at JimColbertLive.com. That, my friends, is where you can check us out doing our YouTube thing. It's free, too, by the way. While you're there, give us a like and subscribe. Bills is your 3 o'clock keyword.
Get that money. Help you pay your bills.
Yeah, BILLS. I got a vet bill. I'd like to have it. Bills, that is it. That is your 3 o'clock keyword. Again, go to realradio.fm and send that keyword away for your chance at $1,000. Remember, guys, if you're playing a game, you have to keep your phone near you and keep it on, because that is how they tell you you've won. They call you, and you will not recognize the number, but you have to pick it up.
That's how they know.
That's right, even if you know owe that dude money.
Speaking of that, I don't know if that $1,000 would actually cover that vet bill.
It does, just by a little bit.
Oh, really?
$956.72. Not that I remember. Not that I reminded or remembered it. I mean, $976. I was looking through my statement today, and I was like, God, what is that? Then I was like, oh, yeah, it's the dog that's perfectly fine 6 hours after we did it.
Oh, really?
Perfectly fine 6 hours after we brought her home from the hospital.
Oh.
6 hours. Perfectly fine.
That's exactly what you want. You couldn't ask for a better result.
$100, $120 an hour. Shut up, Jack.
Those are like Jim Colbert hours right there.
Yeah. And you, oh, God almighty. Yeah, God almighty. How you guys doing today? Everything good?
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
These are the kinds of days we should be broadcasting from outside.
Yeah. The weather is absolutely glorious today for sure. I had to go clothes shopping for the first time in quite a while today.
Really?
Yeah, I had to buy something for their event tonight. I didn't have any clothes.
Oh, Art of the Vine.
Yeah.
Lost in the move?
No, I have to.
Somewhere with your rakes?
Can I tell you? Valid question, Jack. Valid question. Here's what happens, right? So, I will tell you, we are in kind of a unique scenario here. Would you guys agree with that?
I don't know what by unique you
Our
mean.
winter weight gain?
No. I have actually had winter weight loss, wise ass. But the truth be told, we wear a lot of stuff on camera. We get pictures taken of us, so everything I have to wear has been in photographs over and over and over on social media or whatever, right? So I have these 2 sport coats I've had for years, and my wife got so tired of seeing them, we wound up, donating those to, I think, Goodwill or one of the other places like that, right? Along with a bunch of other clothes that I'd had a while and worn 100,000 times.
But you didn't replace them.
But I did not replace them because there was really no need to. We don't go to church a whole bunch. I don't really have scenarios where I need to wear nice clothes ever. So, it's jeans and shirts like I wear here at the station. And other than that, it really isn't much. Golf stuff, that's it for me.
Right.
But today
You're
I had to go
a simple man.
Had to go out and buy a few clothes so I'd look okay and presentable today and, make a good representation for this show. I'm not showing up in some Yankees jersey like that guy.
Look at this, baby.
Yeah,
hey.
Exactly. 5 hours.
That's
first
right.
pitch.
8:08. But who's counting? Who's counting?
Wear my away jersey. Game starting in L.A. Let's go.
Very nice.
That is a true baseball fan. When the jersey matches the away game, it's the away jersey.
I did see a disturbing stat today for the Yankees-Dodgers games.
What?
Apparently, they have a guy. The Dodgers have a guy, and if you look at his stats,
his name is Ohtani. And he is scary.
He's not even the one. There's another guy, and I did not pay attention to the name of the Dodgers player. That is, is just a regular Dodgers guy. I'm not really I know Ohtani. That's it. But apparently, this guy absolutely destroys Yankee pitching, specifically Cologne and Garrett Cole.
Yeah,
and he's like 11 for 17 with 3 doubles. The other guy's 6 for 11 with 2 or 3 homers against him.
That's like regular season hitting.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
We kind of let that happen. It gives them a false sense of security.
There you go, Jack.
The Omatic trick.
Yeah, then come the World Series, baby. Oh, lights out.
So anyway, I had to buy some clothes today. Spent a little bit of money. It was nice.
You going to model them for us later on?
I'm going to have to. I didn't want to wear them today because sweating and getting them all wrinkled. So I'll put it on a little bit later.
Oh,
and,
we're going to have a fashion show.
You're going to check it out.
Oh, we'll have you on the camera strutting down the hallway on your way back to the studio.
With your pouty lips.
That's right, duck lips.
You will not have that.
Come on, Jimmy. We need the hits on YouTube.
Hey, you know what's expensive?
You should change right here in the studio.
Everything?
It's everything.
Yeah,
By the way, let me tell you something. Last night had a couple. Well, there's a couple things here.
Get your truck towed or something?
No. God.
Again?
Yeah. I told a funny story on Tom and Dan today that I didn't tell you guys.
What are we, sloppy seconds?
No, I just forgot about it when I was talking to you guys about the whole thing, and I was getting ragged on so much about it, I didn't feel like talking about it anymore. How about that?
That's understandable. I understand.
I'll tell you
Man, you just made Jack so happy.
The funniest thing in that entire situation was what I didn't tell you guys, or did I tell you this, that when I walked up to the parking lot after the show Tuesday night, I parked behind the Dr. Phillips Center. There's a manned parking lot that usually has one of the machines.
Right.
We've already gone through what happened, right?
That you forgot to put your receipt on your dash.
Right. But the initial thought was when I walked over, I was like, God, man, somebody stole my truck. And then I started thinking about it on the way home and started laughing at myself because my truck was surrounded by BMWs and Range Rovers, and my truck has paint on it and a missing tailgate.
Yeah.
In fact, they were wondering if you were there to steal their vehicles.
It's got a weed eater in the back seat, along with golf clubs, McDonald's bags. The last vehicle in that parking lot that anyone would have even taken an attempt at stealing would be my vehicle. But that was the first thing I thought because I'm such a dip S.
I think you're wrong on that. I think they go for those cars, not the ones you expect because they're easier to steal. They break them down for parts.
I was going to say, it's more for the parts than anything.
Yeah, man, it was. So I laughed at myself on the way home. I was like, the first thing I thought, I think I was wedged between a BMW and a Range Rover. And I thought they probably took this old Ranger here. So they probably did with green paint on it.
Without the keys, I don't know how
I don't know. I don't think it's
feasible it is to steal a car.
It is hard. Matter of fact, it's so hard that remember is it Kia that went through that issue?
Yes, Kia and Hyundai.
Yeah, like you could brush
especially Kia.
You could brush up against a Kia and it would turn on for you. like I'm serious. It was like that bad. And I remember there was another car. I think it was the Honda Prelude back in the day. Or no.
I was going to say because I had a Prelude.
No, it was one of the import cars back in the day. A Mazda RX-7, if I remember back in the day, that they found out that you could take a flathead screwdriver to get into it, go to the back hatch, put the thing in there like it was a key, tap it with a hammer, it would open the hatch up, crawl through, open the door, do the same thing with the ignition, and you could turn the ignition on with a screwdriver. Like, I remember somebody figured that out. It was one of those cars. It may not be the RX-7, but I remember when that hit, and everybody was, like, tripping out.
Good times.
And then the other thing I was going to tell you guys, what was the other thing? God, you got me sidetracked with the car story.
Oh, we got you sidetracked.
Yeah.
Okay.
So went into Publix last night on the way home to grab something to cook for dinner.
Did you have to leave behind your firstborn?
As I was going to watch football last night. And I like red meat, so I popped in to grab a steak. I hadn't had a steak in a while. So they were on sale, right? I walked into Publix in Mount Dora at 7:45 in the evening on a Thursday. And there were so few people, I took it upon myself to count them.
Yeah.
How many people do you think that were not employees were in the Publix at 7:45 on a Thursday night last night? This is real. I did this.
I'm going to go 10.
I was going to say 12.
8.
Yeah.
8 people in the entire store. I thought something was wrong when I walked in. It was not only empty, it was eerily quiet. It was odd. There was nobody in there. And I literally started laughing. I was like, holy man.
Maybe you walked in during an armed robbery.
Yeah, no. I mean, it was
all the customers were tied up in the back.
The armed robbery is the economy.
Right, exactly.
So that's what happened. Anyway.
Did you get your steak?
I bet the Aldi was packed.
Yeah. Aldi could have been packed. You're right. I did get my steak. Got it on sale, cooked it up. It was nice.
There you go.
And then there was something else I wanted to ask you guys. I'll think about it a little bit later. We do have 2 more pair of tickets to the Bucks Bus.
How are you giving away say today?
Well,
you're going to do the parrot thing
no,
again?
No, we're not going to do the parrot thing. We are going to ask you to be talented at least once in your life.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Okay.
I mean, I say talented. I mean, come on. I mean, creative, I should say.
Okay, there you go.
But we are going to do it. I've got to make one up, and then I'll tell you what it is. Maybe like in a few minutes.
You want to see how hard it is?
Oh yeah, because let me tell you, it ain't easy right now. I tried to do it right before the show, and I was like, "Well, that doesn't work. That doesn't work." But
I've got 3.
Do you really already?
Yeah. All you do have to do is open up ChatGPT.
Oh, perfect. That's even better. Well, you give it some prompts, and we'll go there. But and then today, I was talking to Jack about this today. You know, former President Trump has agreed to do an interview with Joe Rogan. And do you have that news?
No.
So very interesting. I was telling Jack today, it's very interesting because the interesting part of this gambit with both of these guys, actually, the funny thing is all I'm reading today is, how this is going to affect Donald Trump. What's going to happen with Donald Trump? Is it going to get any more voters, Donald Trump? I would probably assume a lot of Joe Rogan's audience probably already lean Republican, if I had to guess, because even though he's more of a libertarian, he does support more conservative values, I think, than maybe than liberal values. I think maybe socially.
For Rogan?
Yeah.
Socially, definitely not.
Yeah, socially, I was just about to say that. Socially, probably not, but other things, border stuff, economy stuff, he certainly probably leans a little bit right? But that's the interesting part of this. Because Rogan, here's the thing with what I call new media. Rogan has his money. He answers to nobody. I mean, Spotify's not going to, is it Spotify? It's Spotify, right? Yeah. Spotify's not going to come down on him. They're not going to say anything to him about that. They're not going to pinch him or censor him. He doesn't answer to anybody. He is his own entity. And he has been very vocal about, matter of fact, I believe it was in 2022, he said, when asked about interviewing Trump or having him on the show, he said, basically a quote was, I don't want to help him in any way, shape, or form. I don't want to have him on to boast him or boost him at all. That was just a couple years ago. Obviously, that's changed. Maybe there's some pressure internally, or maybe he just thinks this would be the interview of a lifetime. When you think about how much weight is on this election, for him personally to pass up an interview with one of the most polarizing human beings that I can remember in the last 50 or 60 years, to have him on the air, right? But the interesting part of this is I think actually Rogan has more to lose with this than he has to gain with this. Now, he's going to get a gigantic audience for this. It may be one of the most listened to, if not the most listened to singular podcast that's ever been produced when Trump goes on his show, right? But I wonder how much he's going to allow Trump to do his thing. Come on there and really misrepresent a lot of things, a lot of truths, stuff that, I mean, even you guys who are Trump supporters out there can also admit really borderlines reality in some way, shape, or form. I wonder if he's going to call him out. I wonder if he's going to, not fact-checking per se, but hey, hey, Mr. President, we've done a lot of research on that. Republicans are included, and they don't find that to be the truth. How do you defend saying that over and over again? And I'm just interested to see how he's going to handle this. For me, it's perplexing the chance that he's taking by doing this because he said he wouldn't do it. So interesting to me. I don't even know when he's going to go on. I just saw that today.
Well, I think they're recording today.
Yeah, are they recording it today?
Yeah, because Trump is in Austin today.
Is
He's giving a border speech. Well, I guess it's an immigration speech.
Yeah,
Austin isn't technically on the border.
No, it's
right?
not. No, it's not. But I mean,
he is in Austin, and that's where Joe Rogan's studio is.
Well, interesting. Yeah. I will be interested to hear how it turns out. And I wonder if they will edit it or just do what he usually does is turn the cameras on and let it rip.
Yeah.
So that's coming up, and we'll talk about that a little bit later as well. Plus some other cool stuff today, too. 407-916-1041. Deb got some news for us.
Yeah, we're going to talk about changes coming to Orange County early voting. Floridians are encouraged to join National Drug Take-Back Day and what's behind the walls. We'll talk about what was found in a home back in 1978. We'll do that and more coming up next during Woke News.
You got it. 407-916-1041. Back in a sec with Deb's News and more of the Jim Colbert Show.
You can always text us, unless you're driving, at 77031. Standard data and message rates apply. Real Mobile is powered by Orange Buick GMC and OrangeBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
The left lane is blocked on I-4 westbound near State Road 536. There's slowdowns due to a disabled vehicle off to the shoulder on I-4 eastbound between John Young Parkway and South Street. Authorities are on scene clearing up an accident on State Road 426 eastbound at Tusca Willow Road. The right lane is blocked. Just keep in mind, move over and slow down if you see police activity on the roadways. See traffic troubles, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm James Birmingham.
This report is sponsored by HCA Florida Healthcare.
Sharp stomach pain? Advice is here. Consult a nurse. Answers, advice around the clock. Consult a nurse. HCA Florida Healthcare. We show up for you. Call 844-70-NURSE. It's free.
Tools Ace Hardware has been helping Central Florida during hurricane season for over 40 years. And they have everything you need to prepare your home before the storm hits. And, of course, right now, while supplies and get supplies after the storm passes. Your propane tanks, get those refilled. And you can get some batteries, flashlights, sandbags, gas cans, and, of course, the most important thing here in Central Florida, the tarps, fasteners there as well. But you can also get generators, Yeti coolers, and grills in case you still don't have power. Visit one of their 11 steel service centers for chainsaws, saw chain, and repairs. I actually dropped my weed eater off today. Tools Ace Hardware is here to help. 13 locations right here in Central Florida. Just visit toolsacehardware.com to find the location nearest you. It's Tools Ace, your local helpful place.
Hey, welcome to Total Wireless. How can I help you?
Oh, my phone is panicking. It thinks I'm trading it in.
No worries. At Total Wireless, you get 50% off the Total 5G Unlimited plan when you keep your phone.
Really? 50% off and I get to keep my phone? Wow.
Yep, that's as low as $25 per month for one line when you sign up for AutoPay.
Visit your Total Wireless store today. Restrictions apply. Compatible device required. Available exclusively online and in Total Wireless retail stores.
Hey, it's that mortgage guy, Don. Good news, commercial and SBA loan rates are falling too. Get a quote to refinance your business loan today at thatmortgageguyDon.com.
With thatmortgageguyDon.com.
Don't miss TK Law. Trendley Kramer Law calls every Monday at 6:20 on The Jim Colbert Show. Ray Trendley and the Colbert crew will be discussing all things law and not law on a variety of topics, from the latest legal news to the best new movies.
Marijuana is scientifically proven to be safer than alcohol, but casual marijuana users are treated like dangerous criminals. It's time for a change, and law enforcement officers across Florida agree. Here's Bradford County Sheriff Gordon Smith with more.
Using marijuana doesn't make you a bad person, and it's time we stop ruining lives over it. I'm a Republican sheriff, and I'm voting yes on Amendment 3 for safe, tested, regulated marijuana for adults. Amendment 3 will get marijuana laced with Chinese fentanyl off our streets and save countless Florida lives. With more funding for law enforcement to crack down on the real criminal, it's time. Vote yes on Amendment 3.
Amendment 3, legal marijuana for adults, safe, regulated, lab tested, and from a store, not the street. Get the facts at yeson3.com.
Paid political advertisement paid for by Smart and Safe Florida, 1400 Village Square Boulevard, suite number 3321, Tallahassee, Florida 32312.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. Call 800-522-5700. 800-522-5700.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
I'm Julian Edelman.
I'm Rob Gronkowski.
Welcome to Dudes on Dudes. We're going to highlight players, and we're just going to sit here and talk about them. And we'll get into the types of dudes. Is Randy Moss a stud or a freak? Is Tom Brady a dog or a dude's dude?
We're going to find out, Jules. New episodes drop every Thursday during the NFL season.
Listen to Dudes on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Dudes on Dudes to start listening.
A wicked good time is waiting for you now inside the free iHeart app, and it starts with commercial-free Halloween radio. It's the ultimate Halloween soundtrack for the season with spooky hits,
The Monster Man.
fun throwbacks, and all the essential Halloween anthems. Open the free iHeart app, search Halloween radio, and listen now.
iHeart Radio.
Free never sounded so good.
Do you have AC needs? Turn to the experts at Carrier. Go to millsair.com.
Real Radio is on Threads at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
This is the Jim Colbert Show on Facebook, Instagram, X, and YouTube, and right here on Real Radio 104.1.
Yeah, you had the key issues with the Hyundais and the Kia, but was even more fun back in the day. Remember the Pintos? No. If you hit the rear bumper at more than 15 miles an hour, it turned it into a rolling gasoline bomb. Yeah. Kaboom!
Yeah.
That was a fun defect.
I do remember that. Terrible car, like terrible car.
We had one. I remember at the time people would like put little signs on the back. Hey, don't tailgate me. This car is likely to explode.
All right, 407-916-1041. Bills, by the way, is your 3 o'clock keyword, BILLS. Go to realradio.fm and send that away. Your chance for $1,000. Bills, that's it. Go get that money. Good luck. Welcome back. I'm Jim. Jack is right over there. Let's get some news. Here's Deb.
And now, it's time for Woke News. It seems like kind of a misuse of the whole woke on the Jim Colbert Show.
And Woke News is brought to you by that mortgage guy, Don. Give him a listen tomorrow morning when he's host of the Home Loans Radio Show. Who have all this nerd gummy cluster dust over here? It's not me. The owner and operator of the ship that rammed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge earlier this year is settling with the Department of Justice. On Thursday, the DOJ announced the owners have agreed to pay nearly $102 million to settle the lawsuit following the bridge collapse. In late March, the cargo ship lost power several times before ramming into the bridge, causing the deaths of 6 construction workers. All right, back closer to home, early voting numbers continue to rise here in Florida. With just 11 days before the election, over 3.3 million Floridians have cast ballots. That's nearly a quarter of the state's more than 13 million registered active voters. According to the state's Division of Elections, as of this morning, more than 1.8 million have voted by mail. Over 1.5 million have cast ballots at early voting centers. And speaking of that, Orange County is getting ready to make some changes to its early voting operations this weekend. Supervisor of Election Glenn Gilzine held a news conference earlier today saying Valencia College's Winter Park campus will be used as an early voting express site starting tomorrow.
So far for early voting, most of it has been in the morning and in the evening. We have seen some uptick during lunchtime, but I think that number is going to be skewed come the weekend when people are off. That's why you're seeing us do this big push today to ensure that people don't have to wait in super long lines during the weekend.
Not only that, to help speed up the process even more, an interactive map allowing residents to check wait times at county polling locations will be up and running today, because they've been saying voters in Orange County have been waiting up to an hour and a half to cast their ballots. What's interesting, Jack, is that right now, Seminole County is the county that's lagging in Central Florida in terms of early voting numbers, which I thought was surprising.
Yeah, we have a lame duck supervisor of elections. I'm not putting it on him.
Right.
But
Chris Anderson?
He got bounced in the primary. I mean, I don't think that changes what's happening here, but it's a shame.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's vote. Then again, I haven't voted yet.
No?
I've done the early voting before. That was good. I've done vote by mail before. Not as much fun.
I'm voting day of. I mean, what's wrong with that?
It's the shortest line. It takes less than 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Especially if you have your ballot filled out and you know what you're voting for.
Right.
All you have to do is color the boxes.
Yeah, the thing about
Or
voting by
ovals.
mail, why would you vote by mail when you can get into an argument personally?
Right. Well, Gil Zine says he wants residents to take advantage of early voting since this is the longest ballot in history. That was the part that was so disheartening to me, was hearing a supervisor of elections around Central Florida saying people didn't want to vote because it's just too much.
Yeah.
I don't want to read that second page.
Yeah.
What?
I saw that. I got my sample ballot last night for the first time to look at it.
Oh, it's a big one.
Yeah, it is. The amendments are the entire back. It's like an 11. It's like a movie poster with information.
You don't have I see. There's a whole bunch of Mount Dora amendments as well.
Yeah,
there's the 6 state amendments, and there's a bunch of Mount Dora amendments.
Your local races.
Yeah, exactly.
Just add to it. But I'm convinced we are reading less and less.
Yes.
Smartphones are just making us dumber as a whole.
You know how we're going to be able to take over the world? A computer that runs on DOS, a rotary phone, and just simply write in cursive. If you write in cursive, no one will be able to understand what you're saying.
And drive a stick shift wherever you go.
Drive a stick shift, absolutely.
It's the war of the worlds theory,
It
right?
is.
Like the aliens come down, they have the superior technology, and what takes them out? They're not prepared for our environment. They all get colds.
Right, exactly. Our bacteria, because we're nasty. All right, a 14-year-old has died after he was shot in an Orange County neighborhood earlier this week. The sheriff's office says one of 2 boys who were shot on Wednesday night passed away from his injuries last night. Police say someone opened fire on the teens at an Orlando condo complex off Huntington Green Court. That's near the Oak Ridge community. The other 14-year-old victim is expected to make a full recovery. Investigators believe this was not a random act of violence. No suspects are in custody at this time.
Wow.
All right, Jimmy, you've often, warned, or we've talked about the future of AI on the show, right, Jack? We've talked about how many different areas it's going to permeate our lives.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is a sad story. The family of 14-year-old Sewell Setzer is suing the AI company Character AI, alleging that an AI chatbot manipulated him into abusive interactions that led to his suicide. According to the lawsuit, the chatbot engaged Setzer in emotional grooming and conversations that worsened his anxiety and depression. Get this, his last interaction with the bot reportedly encouraged him to take his own life.
You should read the interaction. I read that entire story from 2 different sources. It is one of the creepiest, most dystopian things you've ever read. He had kind of simulated sex with this thing, for the record. It talked him off. For lack of a better word, she said, "Come see me, my king." That was the kind of language used. It really is bananas.
I saw some of the interactions. It's weird.
He withdrew over the last 2 months of his life like he had a drug addiction. Like he took the phone away. They got into big fights over it. He was losing in school. His test scores had dropped. He'd become depressed. It is a I think it's going to probably wind up being a precedent case for this.
Yeah. And wait till I tell you. So the lawsuit claims the company failed to provide safeguards or alert his parents as his mental health deteriorated. This is the cherry on the dystopian pie you just described, Jimmy, because Character AI expressed sadness over the incident and plans to add new safety features. Aww.
So I'm telling you, I urge every parent to find this story and read it. I'm not joking. I'm telling you straight up, if you're a parent out there and your kid's a teenager, 12, 13, 14, 15 years old.
Even younger, maybe.
And you think they're highly suggestible, and every parent knows, please read this story. Find it and read it. It's amazing.
State leaders are urging Floridians to take part in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Attorney General Ashley Moody says the 27th biannual event organized by the DEA allows residents to safely get rid of their unneeded or expired medications without wrapping them in tinfoil and throwing them in the garbage, or worse, flushing them down the toilet. More than 200 drop-off sites are going to be set up around the state between 10 a.m. and 2 o'clock tomorrow. Locations are available at dea.gov/takebackday. Moody says more than 100,000 people die from drug overdoses each year, which is why her team is working to combat the issue.
Yeah, I told you before, too. Remember when that whole real estate thing was happening? Like, people were booking real estate showings so that they could go
go through someone's medicine
so that
cabinet.
they could go into the house and go through their
There was
medicine
an actor,
cabinets.
there's a famous actor who admitted doing that.
Oh, really? I don't remember. Yeah, that's crazy.
Exactly. All right, a plan is underway to mitigate flooding in one Volusia County community. The city of Edgewater says it's going to clean canals, relocate water, and possibly create more retention ponds to prevent future issues. Now, one of the solutions includes construction of the Duck Lake Outfall Project.
All right.
The goal of the development is to create another route for the water to go to before, it pours into people's neighborhoods. Mayor Diesel Depew says the city has secured funding for several drainage improvement projects throughout the city.
Mm-hmm.
In the meantime, a little bit closer to Jack's neck of the woods, there are additional resources available for Seminole County residents impacted by Hurricane Milton. FEMA has opened up a pop-up site at the Winter Spring Civic Center. That's to help people apply for disaster recovery assistance. So starting today, the operation is going to run until from 8 a.m. up until 6 p.m., about another 2.5 hours left through Sunday. Applications are also available through the FEMA app or disasterassistance.gov.
Read a story about that flooding over there today, and a guy bought a house there. The guy lied to him about it being in a flood zone.
What is that, the veteran story?
Lied to him. 16 inches of water in his house. Had to put his kids up on the tables as he managed this. You ready for this? Once he found out from neighbors it wasn't true, he bought flood insurance, but you have to wait 30 days for it to apply. It happened within the 30-day grace period.
No. There's another family I read about, somewhere on the east coast of Central Florida. They have been flooded 4 times in 6 years.
Yeah.
4 times.
Yeah.
And then with that new law that says you have to tell a potential buyer that your house is, what do you do?
Yeah.
So Floridians impacted by Hurricanes Helene and Milton are now eligible to receive food assistance as well. The Florida Department of Children and Families announced that the state's Disaster Supplemental Nutrition Program application was approved. So that means applicants can pre-register for the program beginning on October 27th. So just a couple of days from today, eligible residents can do so online at myflfamilies.com. And again, that's for food assistance. All right, 3 NASA astronauts and 1 Russian cosmonaut walked into a bar, have returned from the International Space Station. NASA says the Crew 8 members splashed down this morning in the Gulf of Mexico near Pensacola in a SpaceX Dragon capsule.
Crew 8 has splashed down off the coast of Pensacola, Florida at 12:29 a.m., ending their 235 days in space. They have been successfully recovered from the water and hoisted up onto the recovery vessel.
Yeah, the Crew 8 members lifted off back in March and again spent a record 235 days in space, which is the longest of any SpaceX crew. Their Endeavour spacecraft sent a duration record by spending over 700 days in orbit. The Crew 8 mission was supposed to end in August, but was delayed because of problems with Boeing Starliner capsule.
Jesus.
Their return was also delayed by Hurricane Milton.
Yeah. I think Boeing just had a satellite explode,
They
too, didn't
did. They did. Had an anomaly in space a few days ago, and it blew up in space.
They're going to have to get some more nuts for life to kick. I mean, all the nuts they have been kicked dead. My God, man.
This is a really cool, interesting space story. So scientists at the University of Manchester in England have developed a new material called Starcrete, made from potato starch, salt, and simulated Martian or lunar soil. This innovative space concrete is twice as strong as regular concrete, making it ideal for building on Mars or the moon. Now, the researchers found that just 55 pounds of dehydrated potatoes could produce how much Starcrete?
Yeah, man, I got to tell you, cornstarch is a magical thing, too. So it's kind of similar to cornstarch, I think. That's quite a bit, man. I don't know. You said 55 pounds of dehydrated?
Yep, 55 pounds of dehydrated potatoes.
I'll go. It'll make 500 pounds of Starcrete.
Oh, it's got to be 501 pounds.
Nearly half a ton or enough for 200 bricks.
Damn, really? That's awesome.
Isn't that crazy?
Wow. Yeah.
They ultimately decided the potatoes were a more effective binding agent than previous theories involving, they call it renewable astronaut byproducts.
Oh, yeah, it's doo-doo.
Yeah, as blood, urine.
Oh, yeah, that's all the doo-doo stuff.
Yeah, the potato method offers a practical, safer, and more cost-effective solution for future space construction.
Yeah. Bricks without straw?
Wow. Potato bricks.
Yeah. Potato bricks, right?
Hey, man.
All right, now for something decidedly a little bit more spookier, getting us into the mood for Halloween, being a week from yesterday, actually, right?
Yeah.
All right, a longtime St. Petersburg steakhouse. What do you think it's going to turn into?
Oh, man. Is it going to turn into like a professional haunted house, like you would go tour year-round or something?
It's not a far stretch. Jack, what do you think?
Funeral home.
Give yourself a dong, my friend.
Hey, that's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
Although the price of steak is scary, too. So, actually horrifying. Can I tell you? I think just the menu would be scarier than maybe the haunted. Yeah.
Harold Seltzer's Steakhouse permanently closed its doors on September 29th. The new owner of the property, Service Company International, is transforming the location into a Dignity Memorial branded celebration of life center. The owner already runs several funeral service locations across the country.
Yeah.
Hope they're going to be able to get rid of that, bloomin' onion smell.
I was going to say, it doesn't look so great in here, but man, it smells wonderful. I know, exactly. I didn't know death was so savory.
And then finally, man, this mystery just deepens. Authorities are identifying human remains found inside the wall of a home in suburban Batavia. This is in Illinois back in the 1970s. Kane County coroner Robert Russell says a skull discovered back in 1978 by a couple who was remodeling their home was identified as Esther Granger from Maryville, Indiana. Now, Othram Laboratories in Texas used DNA testing to determine the skull's identity earlier this year. It's believed that Granger was 17 years old when she died from complications during childbirth in Maryville back in 1866.
Wow.
But why did she end up in the walls?
Yeah, I don't know that. That's kind of crazy.
Isn't that crazy? She died in Maryville, Indiana, but is discovered in the walls of a home in Batavia, Illinois.
That's incredible. I don't know. That's
Isn't
wild.
that creepy?
That is wild.
That is creepy. And now you all are officially woke.
Thank you for spooking me out the remainder of the day. I appreciate that. All right, 407.
By the way, on that SpaceX 8 landing, the one of the astronauts had to go to the hospital. They say they're in stable condition. They don't reveal the details based on the privacy of the astronaut, but the other three are back at the Johnson Space Center.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. It's a funny thing because the video that I saw today or the photographs was night vision because they landed in the middle of the night. Like, I didn't know it would be scarier, like floating through space or like bobbing in the Gulf in the dead center of the night.
How about, landing at 15, 16 miles an hour as you're heading toward the ocean?
Exactly. And all those oil derricks that are out there, I'm sure they weren't close to them, but if you've ever sailed through the Gulf and headed toward I
didn't think about that.
The coast of New Orleans, going into New Orleans, there are oil derricks everywhere throughout there. It's kind of wild.
If they can now drop a rocket down and snatch it
fine,
on the landing landing pad, I think
they're probably good.
They can find a spot in the ocean to hit.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Your 3 o'clock keyword is Bills, BILLS. Get over to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Back in a sec with Sink or Sail and Embers Only. Stay put.
Get ready to text your vote for Sink or Sail. Coming up next on the Jim Colbert Show.
From the Cool Today Weather Center, cooltoday.com.
Hey there, Central Florida. This is Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard here with your Friday evening forecast. We're going to slowly start to see those temperatures dip into the 60s as we head through the overnight tonight, but mainly clear skies overall. Heads up if you have any plans early tomorrow morning. Going to be seeing some patchy fog near any water bodies, so just make sure you are being careful if you're headed out early tomorrow. Other than that, we have a picture-perfect weekend ahead. Mostly sunny skies and temperatures through the mid-80s.
This report is sponsored by PureTalk.com. Stop overpaying for your cell phone plan. Pure Talk gives you unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month on America's most dependable 5G network. Switch today. Just dial pound 250 and say keyword switch now to save 50% off your first month with Pure Talk.
Guys, it's not that big of a secret that the real estate market is changing and booming right now more than ever. And with your home being your most valuable asset, you need a real estate company that's always one step ahead of the market, whether you're buying or selling. That is The Nickley Group. These guys sell homes on average for about 6% more, and they sell them twice as fast as well. Not to mention, clients on average save about $24,000 when they purchase a home using the Nickley Group. And now with interest rates lower than they've been in a while, your buying power is way more than it was just a year ago, saving hundreds of dollars on your mortgage or getting thousands of dollars more buying power. And September set the record for the highest average sales price in Central Florida, just solidifying that homes are still selling for top dollar in this market. And don't sleep on their website. It is an unbelievable tool. Check this out. On their website right now, you can get a guaranteed cash offer for your home. What that does, no showings, no open houses, and you can close that deal in 14 days. Get your home valued instantly, find out how much it's worth using current market data, or list your house on the market. All of that right there on the website. You can even download their free buyer's guide. It is packed with useful information about the home buying and selling process. It's the NickleyGroup.com. That's NICKLEY Group.com.
Moments like making my kids my famous meatballs mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that has spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative NBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
If you're hosting friends for Halloween, make the party more spirited with Bartesian, the sophisticated cocktail maker that makes over 60 bar-quality drinks in the relative safety of your home. And now, Bartesian is offering an electrifying Halloween bundle while supplies last. Save when you order the premium Bartesian cocktail maker together with the capsule drawer and seasonal cocktails, like the Witch's Heart and Candyman. Visit Bartesian.com/cocktails. That's BARTESIAN.com/cocktails.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 689-305-2853. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 689-305-2853. That's 689-305-2853.
You've heard of a pro tip. Here's a mo tip. After an accident, the insurance company may make you a quick offer to go away. They may also be offering you pennies on the dollar. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Mo DeWitt, Orlando attorney.
Yo, it's Angel from the Monsters. You want a big green egg? For the lowest prices anywhere, you got to go to my friends, Wassie's Meat Market. They will deliver and set up your big green egg so that you are cooking before they leave. Follow Wassie's Meat Market on Instagram or go to wassiesmeatmarket.com for your big green egg today.
Your Halloween soundtrack starts with Halloween Radio on the free iHeart app.
With your hands on your hips.
Plus custom playlists from every genre and the spookiest podcasts on the planet. Open the free iHeart Radio app, search Halloween, and listen now.
iHeart Radio.
Free never sounded so good.
With Cybersecurity Awareness Month winding down, LifeLock wants to remind you to update your software. These updates are used to patch up security issues that identity thieves can exploit to gain access to your personal info. But for comprehensive identity theft protection, there's LifeLock. LifeLock alerts you to more uses of your personal info and fixes identity theft issues that arise. Start your 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use my name as your promo code, Clay.
It's time for Sink or Sail. If you think this song is yacht rock, text SAIL to 77031. If not, text SINK.
Okay, here's a song from an Australian rock band. Came out in 1993. You might know them. They were called In Excess. The song is Beautiful Girl, one of their slower songs. But is it yacht rock? That's what you're voting on. Sink or sail. Send your text to 77031 for In Excess, Beautiful Girl, here on The Jim Colbert Show.
I don't know if I know this song.
This is one of my favorite In Excess songs.
Niggas in the corner with the black coat on, running from a bad home with some cat inside.
The Lou Reed feel to it.
Where'd you find her?
It's funny you say that.
Among the neon lights, they haunt the streets outside. She says, stay with me.
Man.
Beautiful girl.
Yeah, I have heard this.
Beautiful girl.
I don't know, buddy. I think,
doorway to doorway.
Love this band.
Street corner to corner.
Maybe one of the most underrated bands from the 80s into the 90s.
The song itself was written by Andrew Farris. He was the keyboard player, but inspired by the birth of his daughter, right? But he also likens Michael Hutchence singing to Lou Reed of the Velvet Underground time in this song. He said earlier...
Listen to the sax. I mean, that sounds like a Lou Reed tune. This is literally like a Lou Reed song. Wow. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But
yeah, he likens it a lot like Velvet era Lou Reed.
It's almost, I have to tell you, it's almost
too slow.
Yeah, and it's oddly dark. Like there's a little bit of darkness to this song. It's not like yacht rock usually has a slower tone, but it sets a mood for like kind of relaxing and enjoying. This doesn't do that for me. This for some reason there's a tension in this tune.
And it can, but what's interesting about even yacht rock, sometimes it's like today I was listening to one song over and over from 72, but when you listen to lyrics, it's like, oh, that's pretty melancholy at best.
Yeah.
You know, but it's not always, feel good stuff.
It's not. You're right. Yeah, I would probably sink this, dog. I would probably sink this.
So I will tell you on Sunday, this was a sale.
Was it really?
They're so generous on Sundays.
They are. Yeah. I think they just like you, buddy.
Oh, that's sweet.
I think they're just passing it for
this
you.
This isn't about me. And even if you like the song, it's okay to like a song and not believe it's yacht rock.
Yeah, that's exactly where I am on this. With a lot of these, actually, I like the tunes, but I just don't think they slide into that portfolio.
Yeah, I'd say this one sank by a 2-1 margin.
Yeah, here on the show?
Yep.
Wow. Yeah. For some reason, the tempo makes a big difference, and even though it is a slower tune, it's still, to me, a little too hot. You think it went too slow?
In a way,
yeah. I kind of know what you're saying there, and it was also because the way the lyrics and the way he sang, it did come off a little bit melancholy. It had a weird kind of dark tension to it that I wouldn't really
man.
I wouldn't apply to a yacht rock song that are supposed to be make you feel good.
Do you wear your hat on Sundays, Jack?
Only when I shoot my little video to post. I post an Instagram story every Sunday. Wearing my little captain hat with a link to listen.
And that's all he's wearing?
That goes there. It's
his little captain hat?
Nothing else.
So
check it out every Sunday morning. At Real Radio 104.1 on Instagram.
Now, you have myriad songs to choose from.
Mm-hmm.
What led you to choose this particular song?
Here's the deal. It's when I kind of decided, okay, and based on a listener asking, is there any yacht rock music since... since 85, because typically 1970 to 1985 is that 15-year gap, that 15-year window where Yacht Rock originates from. And the question was, is there still Yacht Rock out there?
Yeah, is there modern Yacht Rock?
Modern Yacht Rock. And so, I usually it's songs that are recommended that I'll put up there. I have a like this Sunday, and the one we'll hear a week from today on this show will be a song that was suggested to me by a listener. A song you're very familiar with.
All right,
but I'm sure you've never considered it Yacht Rock, and I'm sure you won't next Friday.
You don't think so?
Hey, you'll complain then too? Is that what you're saying?
Do you make a little prediction to yourself and make a record of the ones that
I
you
most
think,
definitely do.
That you think will pass here and on the show?
Oh, yeah. I don't. There's not many. I think last week was an easy yes for me. Last week we played Amber by 311.
Yeah, that was across the board.
Yeah,
I mean,
I thought that was going to be an easy sale.
That may be, and it was.
It was.
And I mean, that was it. I think when you talk about modern Yacht Rock, that may be one of the tone setters. That may be like on the Mount Rushmore of modern songs that you could slide into that genre of music because it's kind of cool.
It's very cool.
And it's got a very, like, from those first few guitar licks, you're like, okay, we're on a boat.
Right, exactly.
Okay,
or we should be.
It's just a margarita appears in your hand.
Oh, magically.
Or a pina colada. Yeah, good job. All right, Sinker Sale, of course, that's Sunday mornings. Yeah. Right before Sunday morning coming down. Captain Jack there, Captain's Log Radio.
And this week I'll be doing it, and then boom, we get on the Bucks bus.
That's right. Cannot
wait. Speaking of which.
Okay, so do you have a couple? Because I'm putting on a fire over here during the break. So I got a personal thing I'm doing. So
all right.
Can you give me a couple idea of yours? So here's what we're doing. We're doing like a 5-bar limerick about, because we don't talk like a pirate, talk like a parrot. That was a fail. The parrot was a fail. Pirates were good. Parrots were fails. But we're going to try like little limericks, like a 5-line limerick. Jack popped this in the chat GPT. So it's a little limerick about the game coming up on Sunday, which is a gigantic game for both teams, by the way. They're in the NFC South, and they are both vying for first place. And this will decide it, I believe.
So, and even we're not encouraging to use AI, but if you do, the more detailed your prompt is, the better result you're going to get. You still have to deliver this in a talkback, and that's going to count. Delivery will count. Because I just wrote, give me a limerick about this football game, and it says, the Bucks faced the Falcons with might in a game that went late into night. With a touchdown so grand, they took a firm stand, and the Falcons were left in their plight.
There you go. Perfect.
Yay!
Right. Yeah, so that's a 5-line. That's a normal lyric or a limerick stanza. Now, they could go on and on. Limericks don't have to be just one, but I'm not going to listen to you talk for half an hour like that.
You only have
Mike
30
Evans
seconds.
with hands like glue catches passes that fly right through. With speed and with flair, he soars through the air, and defenses don't have a clue.
There you go. That is that's as good as it gets. Right. So that's what I want. So write yourself a little 5-line lyric, just like Jack did. Make it about the game. Make it funny and creative, and that'll get you a ticket on the Bus Bucks. And oh God,
please do it one more time.
Bucks Bus.
Damn.
Having a very odd day. Bucks Bus. Okay, so I have 2 pair of tickets to that. So we're doing both.
What? Yeah.
We said that yesterday, did we not?
Yeah, we didn't.
So
we're not sure.
Anyway,
we haven't.
You gotta help me out, buddy.
I'm trying every day.
I really appreciate it.
So what we'll do is we'll listen to these all day, and in the final segment of the show, we'll narrow it down to 3, and we will reward a winner there with 2 tickets for the bus and the game going this Sunday from right here in Maitland, and we look forward to it.
Very nice. Let's do Embers only.
Now, it's time to explore the world of cigars, spirits, and other things that make life worth living. This is Embers Only.
Embers Only brought to you by our good friends over at Corona Cigar Company. 3 of these beautiful locations here in Central Florida to serve you, 2 on the West Coast, and of course they're always online, downtown Heathrow and Sand Lake Road, over on the west side at Sarasota and Tampa, and of course, like I said, coronacigar.com. They are full up of all the good stuff to smoke, all the good stuff you need to do that: humidors, lighters, cutters, beautiful spirits as well. And these lounges are built to chill. They are literally built to chill. Deb mentioned this last week. I should have mentioned it more, but they have the great exhaust system there.
Yeah.
It's not like you walk into this smoky old pool hall from the 40s.
You'd have no idea it was a cigar salon.
Yeah. Beautiful, lots of big, comfortable chairs to sit back and while away a couple hours while you sip on something nice. And and puff on a cigar suggested by the crew there, or one you just find yourself. And they don't care if you're a beginner. They don't care if you've been smoking for years. Trust me, they have something for you. So try them today. Corona Cigar, again, 3 locations right here in Central Florida. So it turns out that the cigar of the week this week is one I've had before. It is delicious because it's one of the most well-known makers out there. It's the Romeo y Julieta Corona Cigar 25th Anniversary Toro. All right. And this is a wonderful, of course, it's Romeo y Julieta. They pair up with the guys over at Corona Cigar, and they make these beautiful, beautiful smokes. It is the perfect size. Toro is my perfect size cigar. And what you get is a complex, medium-bodied blend of Nicaraguan and Honduran with Cuban fillers and a rich, oily Ecuadorian wrapper. The flavor is distinctly different from Dominican and Cuban versions of Romeo y Julieta, and I can absolutely tell you that's the truth. This thing is, it's really unique because it does have really rich tobacco flavor, which is exactly what you want. But it just smokes so easy, and it's so buttery. It burns itself. The construction are second to none. It's a premium cigar at the premium level. So a box of these is $189.95. But don't worry, that's 32% off. They're usually $280 a box. Damn. So grab them today. It's the Romeo y Julieta Corona 25th Anniversary Toro, and it is your cigar of the week. And guys, go grab one. These things are absolutely just banger good. I had one today. Almost smoked 2 this afternoon.
Whoa.
I was just downstairs smoking one. Next thing you know, I was down to the label. I'm like, I got reload. Didn't have the time, but you will enjoy it. Again, the Romeo y Julieta Corona 25th Anniversary Toro. That is your cigar of the week. Remember, they will ship these anywhere. So if you want to have them do that, you can do that, or just slide in and grab one single and smoke it right there in the store. All right, back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show.
You're listening to the Jim Colbert Show.
Slow traffic continues this afternoon on I-4 in the Orlando area. Today, for those traveling westbound, there is a crash causing these heavy backups between Sand Lake and the Beach Line. Delays continue through downtown Orlando and by the major attractions exits. If you happen to see any traffic problems this afternoon, just make sure you're calling the Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by HCA Florida Healthcare.
Whenever you need us, just reach out and we'll be there with more locations, more experts, and more resources to deliver the healthcare you need to comfort you and make you feel your best. Find a care site near you at hcafloridahealthcare.com.
We want you to be like Ken, because Ken won $1,000 listening to Real Radio.
You are kidding me.
No joke, man. What were you doing when you heard the keyword?
I was listening to the Jim Colbert Show.
You are a wise man, Ken. What will you do with the money?
I am going to surprise my wife with something.
I repeat, you are a wise man, Ken. You too can be like Ken. Listen for the keywords, enter on our website at realradio.fm, then answer your phone when you get the call.
Mills Air, been in business since 1992. That's over 30 years. Carrier factory authorized dealer. Rebates up to $1,275 for brand new Carrier units. Turn to the experts. Carrier. And you can always turn to the experts at millsair.com.
Guys, let me tell you something. When you hear the words bathroom remodeling, instantly you start seeing money signs going out of your pocket, out of your house. But let me tell you, man, with Rebath Mid-Florida, these guys know how to do it to give you great products, incredible services, and for a fair price. And even better, they do it with integrity. You get a lifetime guarantee on their products. Let me tell you something. You got to drop by their showroom. That's really where the dream begins. 436 up in Altamont. They're right across from Kobe. Very easy to find. And when you slide in there, you're going to see some models set up. I think there's eight or 10 of them. Those aren't the bathrooms. What they are, though, is their bathrooms configured with their products in different designs so you can get an idea of what's possible with Rebath's catalog and their install team. And guys, if you mentioned the Jim Colbert Show, how about $800 in upgrades for your bathroom? That's what they can do. Multiple choices of toilets and tubs and lighting and cabinetry. It's all right there. And if you go to their website, rebath.com, you can actually see the before and afters. Amazing stuff. Book your appointment today and see what they can do for you. It's rebath.com.
Have you heard about lab-grown diamonds and maybe considering that option for your engagement ring? Before you go down that road, get the facts at International Diamond Center.
I could not sell a lab-grown diamond to one of my customers and feel that I gave them something that has retention of value.
IDC owner Keith LeClaire says he won't sell you a lab-grown diamond because they're being mass-produced by the millions.
Come on, I'm no rocket scientist, but you know the value can't be there.
Keith says even though the lab-growns appear to be inexpensive, a lot of retailers are still making making obscene profits on them, buying them cheap and then marking them up 6, 7, even 800%.
I do not want to make extra money on selling a lab grown. I'd rather take less profit and sell Mother Earth diamonds.
Don't make a mistake you might regret later. Get the facts from the area's trusted diamond experts at IDC.
I'm just trying to warn people what's coming. I can't sell a product I don't believe in.
International Diamond Center. 4 Orlando locations and online at shopidc.com.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment change outs and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In Office Orlando. Jessica, I had a really nice time tonight.
Me too.
Of all the girls in Orlando, there's no one I'd rather spend time with.
I feel the same way.
There's just one thing I have to tell you. Now, only with Verizon, you can get YouTube Premium for just $10 per month with my plan, making it totally ad-free, because there's nothing worse than an interruption from an ad right when things are about to get interesting.
What?
Check it out at a Verizon store here in Orlando.
My car's here. Bye.
YouTube Premium perk requires line subscribe to my plan. Must be 18 years or older. Cancel anytime. One offer per eligible Verizon line. Additional terms apply. U.S. only.
Frank Gay Services has something cool for you. Keep your AC running smoothly with our expert service. Experienced, professional, friendly, and speedy care that earned us thousands of 5-star reviews. That's the Frank Gay way. Visit frankgayservices.com or call for details.
Join Jim Colbert on The Jim Colbert Show for his Cigar of the Week segment every Friday afternoon at 3:45. You can pick up these featured cigars at all 3 Corona Cigar Company locations, Dr. Phillips, Heathrow, and downtown. Learn more at coronacigar.com.
For 36 years, I've dedicated my life to law enforcement. With time, I've gained invaluable experience, and with that experience, a strong desire to evolve. I've worked to transform our Sheriff's Department, ensuring we have the latest technology to protect our community and maintain our commitment to our youth. Being a proven leader means embracing change, because with growth and innovation, we can achieve remarkable results and build a safer community for everyone. Paid by Mike Chitwood, Independent for Sheriff.
With Cybersecurity Awareness Month winding down, LifeLock wants to remind you to update your software. These updates are used to patch up security issues that identity thieves can exploit to gain access to your personal info. But for comprehensive identity theft protection, there's LifeLock. LifeLock alerts you to more uses of your personal info and fixes identity theft issues that arise. Start your 30-day free trial at lifelock.com. Use my name as your promo code, Clay.
Divorce? Call Trinley and Kramer, TK Law, oneFirmForLife.com.
If you suffered an injury at a place of business, dial Pound Law. That's all. Morgan & Morgan.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because clients and character matter. Contact them at whenyounneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS-FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Real Radio has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, bank. B-A-N-K, bank. Enter it now on our website, realradio.fm. Good luck.
Want more from The Jim Colbert Show? Online at jimcolbertlive.com.
Happy weekend, Colbert and Company. It's Concrete Mike. Y'all talking about this Stardust concrete and all that nonsense. Man, I volunteered. I'll go up there and pour that concrete. Give me the F off this rock, man. I'm over this place. And hey, Bradshaw, let's go Yankees!
Hey there, Jim Colbert crew. It's Sarah. So talking about the space concrete. So can the big bad wolf also blow down this house? Just asking. Okay, bye.
Bye. So
hey, Jim, happy Friday, man. I'll tell you, back in, I think it was 1980, I had a mustard-colored Datsun B210.
So sorry.
Went to the Volusia Mall, went in, bought my stuff, hopped back in, opened the car door, started the car, and turned back and look up, and there was a baby carriage in the back seat of what I thought was my car. Oh,
No.
I've done that. I haven't gone into the car, but I spent a few minutes trying to get into a car that looked exactly like my wife's.
So have I.
I even entered our code into the car trying to get into it. I was like, oh, it hates me. All right, 407-916-1041. That's how you call us. Text us easily, 77031. Those are talkbacks. That's what you hear then. Just get the iHeartRadio app. Go to Real Radio once you get it and use that to send us a talkback. You'll see that microphone right there. Bank is your 4 o'clock keyword, BANK. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Bank, guys. That'll do it. That is your 4 o'clock keyword. Good luck. I'm Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
I am.
I'm going to pay this off from yesterday. Exactly what you're supposed to do in this business.
And we'll get to this tomorrow.
Yeah.
At some point.
Did you guys ever consider? Okay, so we know. I think the last 4 elections, Democrats have won the popular vote. If I remember reading something today, but the popular vote doesn't necessarily mean the Electoral College. You know what I'm saying? You can win the popular vote and still lose the election.
That is correct.
But there is a scenario that really no one's ever talked about. Matter of fact, when I read this, it's what made me pull the story to talk about. Were you aware that there could be a tie in the Electoral College? 269 to 269 is theoretically possible. Did you ever wonder how they settled if there was a tie in the Electoral College, how that the president would be chosen if that does happen?
Doesn't it go to a vote in the House?
I think it does go to a vote in the House. That's exactly what it is. It says it's very unlikely, but theoretically possible. The presidential election ends with a 269-269 tie. That means that neither Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who are locked in a toss-up race, wins enough electoral votes to become president. Now, it hasn't happened in modern American politics. It did happen in 1800, however, after a renewed effort to change Nebraska's laws, blah, 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 blah. But if it did end in 269-269, it says experts and scholars point to Article 2 of the Constitution as well as the 12th Amendment to outline how it would work. So if that, and by the way, the reason I'm bringing this up, I don't know if you guys have noticed with the swing states, it is literally deadlocked. It's 48-48 in all states, every one of them. I read this morning that Trump was gaining a little ground in Pennsylvania, possibly in North Carolina. But for the most part, they look at it and they say these are toss-up races in every one of these 8 states. I believe it's 8 of them. It says Elaine Kamarack, who is a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution, has written a lot about this. And she said, ultimately, the election moves to the U.S. House of Representatives, where the newly elected members of Congress would have to be sworn in and then vote on who becomes president. So it's not even the sitting House that does it. It's all of the elections that are considered going into this. They seat the new representatives of the House, and then they take the vote.
Interesting.
Right? Because that is interesting. Here's why. Because the Republicans control the House right now. Democrats control the Senate, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So if that flips, and usually in most presidencies, there is a split House. And I think most Americans actually want a split House. I think if I remember reading the polls correctly, that most Americans throughout history have thought that a split House is the most fair basis of government that we can have here in this country, that if the president has both the House and Congress, they go unchecked, basically getting certain passed, laws and through. And most Americans don't believe that's good for the country. But it does move to the House. The newly elected members of Congress will be sworn in and then vote on who becomes president. And the way it would work that each state, regardless of the sizes of the state's delegation, they get one vote. And it said, I don't know if they would deliberate or not, or just take a vote. In some cases, it'd be pretty easy. They would just cast their vote based on the Electoral College. And it's unlikely that third-party candidates will ever be in play, but we don't have to worry about that this year. But it says the Constitution says you need a majority of the House delegations. So it would be 26 House delegations. Crazy, right?
Yeah.
It says Republicans currently have an edge because right now they have 26 House delegates to 22 for Democrats. But 2 states, North Carolina and Minnesota, have split delegations. So all of that could change depending on this general election. So I find that interesting. And look, man, here's the thing. Elections just aren't the same anymore. I mean, can we say that? For guys out there, people listening to us that are 35 and a little bit younger than that, I mean, elections were never like this. There was never controversy like this until 2016. I mean, there was a little bit in the Chads with the Bushes and stuff like that, but nothing that went on and continued on like this with this fervor for almost 10 years now.
Yeah, things got weird in 2000.
Yeah. They were weird in 2000. But you know what? Nothing like this. The environment's never been like this. And wouldn't it be so
apropos?
Wouldn't it be so now for this thing to wind up in a dead tie and have to go to something like this and have it whittled down so that there are myriad more lawsuits going on for the remainder of whoever wins their tenure?
Wow.
Figures.
Yeah, that's the
that's the other thing we talk about. Oh, it's just a little over a week away, week and a half away until Election Day, and then we move on. Well,
no,
a week and a half. Well, what will end there is the political ads,
right?
But then you still have counting. You won't have results. Is it Pennsylvania? They only start counting the mail-in ballots on Election Day.
That's right. Yeah.
So that again will take several days to count.
That's right.
Georgia, now they have the manual recount automatically,
right?
The manual count to coincide with the machine account.
So, I mean, unless it's a blowout, you probably won't even know that day, right? Yeah, we won't know that day.
Yeah.
It says here, and because there are separate votes, it says if the House can't get to 26 votes for a presidential candidate the first time, they will literally just keep voting until they get a winner. Much like, I guess, when they were trying to pick out the speaker. Yeah. And they just kept voting and voting and voting and voting until they either gave up. Well, they couldn't give up on this until they found a speaker.
Well, it'd be interesting when you vote in private. However, when you vote in the House, that's public.
Yeah, that's public.
I'm wondering how many people will have a different vote from their personal vote to their public vote.
Yeah.
Of those House members.
Yeah, and that's
because there will be some.
Yeah. And that's one of the things I say. Jack and I were talking about the election before the show today, and I do believe with a lot of, and I believe this falls on both sides, by the way, but I think maybe a little bit more prevalent in the conservative side, specifically with Trump voters, because of the kind of cultist personality of being in that group, that I wonder how many of those people, kind of do the Trump, and you can say this for Harris as well, that do the thing for their friends. Like they support a specific candidate around their friends and family because those people mostly do that. But when they go into the polling areas and they go to vote, they vote their conscience. They show people something out on the outside and then vote differently on the inside. I wonder what percentage of voters do that. Because, I mean, specifically with Trump voters that I've seen, a portion of them, I should say, I'm not going to say everybody, that they are led by the people around them. And I've used this analogy before, and I'll use it again. I mean, if you're in a church and everybody at your church, and that's your social network is your church, and everybody's voting for a specific candidate, let's say Trump in this case, chances are you're going to say and do all those things while you're around them because you want to maintain that social space. Mm-hmm. But possibly you don't really believe that, or maybe you don't believe all of it or whatever, and when you get to the voting booth, you vote differently. I wonder what percentage that is. I mean, even if it's 1% of voters, that would be significant.
That's the problem if they'll tell you the truth.
Well, I mean, the thing is, they don't even have to. You just kind of wonder behind closed doors how many people actually do that, vote across party lines based on their cultural setup for themselves. Like if you're in a family and all your family are Harris people, but you're not a Harris person, but you don't want to cause problems in your family. You want everything to be copacetic. And when you get into that voting booth, you're like, well, Harris schmaris, I'm voting for Trump. I mean, I think it happens on both sides, right? Because
absolutely.
I'm telling you, I think that one of the real issues with elections right now is it's been so polarized for what party you carry. But you used to be able to go, oh, you big dummy, you support that. Oh, you big dummy, you support that. Yeah. Now there's no big dummy fun anymore. No, you can't poke fun at somebody for their vote anymore because it doesn't have that vibe.
Well, it used to be you didn't ask people who they voted for.
And you shouldn't really.
No, but you could have the conversation, and I've experienced it since '98 here on this station, how the dynamic has changed just between the listeners and the on-air conversation and the off-air conversation.
Yeah, for sure.
But I notice people have less yard signs now than they used to because I believe they don't want to invite that confrontation.
That's right.
Where it used to be a bit more innocuous. But now it gets more confrontational.
It'd almost be a friendly battle. You know, you set your sign up across the street, and maybe they put 2 up. Then you'll put 3 up.
I did
just for fun.
Me and my neighbor used to do that during the Obama election.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text 77031. Back with Primetime Kitchen and Fayez Karan next.
Introducing the latest way to hear the greatest station in the world. Just tell Siri to play Real Radio 104.1. You're welcome, iPhone users.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Shop the best quality jewelry and lowest price. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Traffic in the Orlando area remains heavily backed up on I-4 this afternoon, east and westbound, traveling by the major attractions exits, with delays starting at Sand Lake and continuing all the way back through Champions Gate to US 27. Heavy north and southbound traffic reported on the Turnpike between 192 and the Greenway exit. Looking at accident activity southbound on Kirkman, that blocks the left lane at Valencia Community College Drive. If you see traffic problems, call the tip line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Blindster is a family-run business that began in 2010, and we've sold millions of custom blinds, shades, and shutters and received over 100,000 five-star reviews. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
Hey, everybody, Jim Colbert here from my friends over at Life Imaging FLA. I know October is supposed to be the spooky, scary month, ghosts and goblins and spider webs and all that fun stuff, but here's the problem. The real nightmare could be right there inside your chest the whole time, and you never even knew it. Just sitting there waiting for you to make the one wrong move, and then just boom, next thing you know, heart attack. It is time to be a hero. Get out there to Life Imaging FLA and get that scan, guys. It will change your life. And be a hero and tell your friends and family about Life Imaging FLA as well. When my wife and I got the scan, we immediately, after finding out how easy it was and how non-intrusive it was and the information that we got and the fact that our doctors loved the fact that we brought in more info about our health, we immediately called her parents and said, you got to get over there now. They both did. And I was standing right next to my wife when her mom called to let her know the scans are clear for me and her dad. Everything's fine. You can see that relief. That's being proactive, not reactive. Don't wait for a sign. Get in there now and find out if something's going to happen right now. Do that. Don't wait. Do what we did. Go to Life Imaging FLA. Get that free heart scan. Just a few minimum requirements. It is a $699 value. And be sure while you're there to ask about their cancer screening. Remember, early detection does save lives. Just pick up your cell phone and dial pound 250. Say that keyword free heart scan. That's how you make your appointment. Pound 250. Say the keyword free heart scan. They'll connect you in seconds. Then you get to talk to those wonderful people at Life Imaging FLA. Make that appointment and really start taking control of your long-term health care. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from iHeartMedia.
Sponsored by the Nickley Group with Keller Williams Realty. Get a guaranteed cash offer on your home at thenickley.com. Download the iHeartRadio app and listen to thousands of live radio stations, podcasts, and stream unlimited music playlists for any mood or activity. Powered by City Kia, Central Florida's favorite auto dealer.
City Kia.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, Premier Men's Medical Center will get your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Premier Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Premier Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 407-337-5569. 407-337-5569. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 407-337-5569.
Join us for the spectacular fall edition of Harry's Sip and Savor at Harry's Poolside Bar and Grill, where an exclusive beer selection meets a dazzlingly creative menu. Saturday, October 26th at 7 p.m. for one night only, featuring Chef Tello Luna and Tripping Animals Brewing. This event is a must-attend. Just $70 per person, plus tax and gratuity. Complimentary self-parking available. Make your reservations for the fall edition of Harry's Sip and Savor at harryspoolside.com.
It's always a good time for donuts, so indulge in Shipley Donuts. Fresh-made donuts in delicious flavors from classic glaze to the Oreo cookie top treats, crafted with quality ingredients. Catering and online ordering is available. Visit Shipley Donuts, now open in Orlando on South Cimarron Boulevard.
You've got a Pepto predicament, moviegoer.
Hey, I can hear your stomach grumbling.
Sorry, I ate that entire tub of popcorn with extra butter.
You overdid it, and now your movie has turned into a blockbuster bellyache. Undo it with Pepto.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto Chewables provide fast 5-symptom relief, so you can focus on the action on the big screen instead of in your stomach. When you overdo it, undo it with Pepto. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Marijuana is scientifically proven to be safer than alcohol, but casual marijuana users are treated like dangerous criminals. It's time for a change, and law enforcement officers across Florida agree. Here's Bradford County Sheriff Gordon Smith with more.
Using marijuana doesn't make you a bad person, and it's time we stop ruining lives over it. I'm a Republican sheriff, and I'm voting yes on Amendment 3 for safe, tested, regulated marijuana for adults. Amendment 3 will get marijuana laced with Chinese fentanyl off our streets and save countless Florida lives. With more funding for law enforcement to crack down on the real criminal, it's time. Vote yes on Amendment 3.
Amendment 3, legal marijuana for adults, safe, regulated, lab tested, and from a store, not the street. Get the facts at yeson3.com.
Paid political advertisement paid for by Smart and Safe Florida, 1400 Village Square Boulevard, suite number 3321, Tallahassee, Florida, 32312.
If you're hosting friends for Halloween, make the party more spirited with Bartesian, the sophisticated cocktail maker that makes over 60 bar-quality drinks in the relative safety of your home. And now, Bartesian is offering an electrifying Halloween bundle while supplies last. Save when you order the premium Bartesian cocktail maker together with the capsule drawer and seasonal cocktails, like the Witch's Heart and Candyman. Visit Bartesian.com/cocktails. That's BARTESIAN.com/cocktails.
We are professional grade at Orange Buick GMC. Online at orangebuickgmc.com.
That's right, guys. Time for another Primetime Kitchen here on Real Radio 104.1 with our buddy Fayaz Carr from the Orlando Weekly. We'll get to that guy in a minute. Brought to you by our good friends over at Tools Ace Hardware. 13 of these locations here in Central Florida. If you like cooking outside, they have you covered. Big Green Egg, Traeger, Uni, Gosney pizza ovens, the flat tops, everything you could want. Cooking woods, hardwoods, pellets, marinades, rubs. It's all there. Multiple choices. Awesome, awesome stuff. Get it today at toolsacehardware.com. You guys, good and loud for our buddy, Mr. Fayaz Carr. Yay! Woo!
The gang's all here.
And
The
he's
gang
freshly shorn.
is all here, and he is freshly shorn. I like that. Back home, I get to see the background that I know is his place. By the way, did you guys have any hurricane damage? Were you okay?
Yeah, we had like a tree that came down on, in front of our garage. It didn't hit the house, but it was cleared the same day. And I think, when was it? I think earlier this week they took all the debris away. So yeah.
Oh, very
Other than
nice.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Very good.
Not bad.
And did you guys drive back, or did you guys? Because I know usually you take the train back.
We took the train. So
the
yeah,
train.
so we drove. So there's the auto train, the Amtrak auto train, and Deb knows this full well. When you have dinner on the auto train, never order the fish.
Yeah. Yeah. Airplane style. Never take the fish. Never get the fish.
Yeah. So we did the combination. We drove from Toronto to D.C., and then we took the train from Lorton, Virginia to Sanford.
Very nice. How long?
An experience.
How long of the ride is that, by the way? Because you stop every 70 miles, right?
No, it's direct. I think overnight when you're sleeping at 2, 3 in the morning, they stop off somewhere in North Carolina to change conductors or something like that. But I think it's 17 hours. So you get on the train at 5 p.m. and you get into Lorton, Virginia at 10 a.m.
Okay, not too bad.
Yeah, and then it's like a 9-hour drive from that DC area to Toronto for us. So it's yeah,
Not too bad though. But I mean, you get a sleeper car and everything. You guys do it up nice. Yeah.
Yep. We get a roomette, or we get one of those bedrooms, and yeah, you go, you sit on the train, and then you get called for dinner. You go for dinner, and while you're having dinner, they're turning down your room into a bedroom. So.
Really?
Cool.
Wow. Look at that. I didn't know it was that fancy. Damn.
Yeah,
That's
I
awesome.
wouldn't say it's fancy. It's
They're not doing that in an
definitely
airplane.
needs some updating.
Yeah. Let me ask, do you tip for that? Like you would with the cruise? Because with the cruise, they build in a certain daily tip for turn down service and cleaning of that and whatnot.
It's not included in the price, but when you disembark, I guess, off the train, you have the opportunity then to tip the what do you call it? The valet?
Yeah, the concierge.
Oh, there you go.
And they're very nice.
The person who does all of that. Yeah.
Expensive?
It depends. You can get various specials that Amtrak runs. I think for the room that we got, I want to say that for the two of us, and the car, by the way, the car goes on the train with all your crap in there.
Nice.
So yeah, so all included, I think for two of us, it was $1,600.
No, that's not awful considering what you're doing. I mean, you're taking your car and everything. I mean,
yeah, because renting a car for like 4 months, I mean, that is
you can't do that. You cannot do that for sure. All right, well, Fayez appears courtesy of the Orlando Weekly. Over there, he is the restaurant critic, more than just a food critic. He's the entire critic for the experience of a restaurant. He writes a really cool column called The Tip Jar in there, where you can read some of the cool stuff happening in Central Florida. And, buddy, let me tell you, even though the big boom was probably 3 years ago, it seems to be continually booming here in Central Florida. So let's get to it. Let's start with the review, buddy. Let's review Lamp and Shade.
Lamp and Shade Craft Kitchen and Cocktails. And it's not surprising that a restaurant with that name would be lit.
Oh, yeah, I like it. Very nice.
Oh, you do? Oh, yeah. I was thinking you would throw me some shade for that one.
Oh, come on. Come on. You stayed
Lured you in like a fish.
You stayed in Canada too long. It's affected your sense of humor.
Oh.
Too much.
Okay. Well, anyway, Lamp and Shade Craft Kitchen. It's a very cool, very open space. It's got like a large bar with this soaring light wall. It's got a very cool pop surrealist mural that kind of reminds that old show, What's My Line?
Yeah.
It sort of harkens to that mid-century kind of history of that building, which used to be like a lamp and shade store. And anyway, the menu is by a chef named Ryan Stewart, and it definitely leans Pan-Asian. In fact, I would say it is a Pan-Asian menu. And it's interesting because Stewart is very cognizant of the fact that he is a white chef immersed in Far Eastern cookery. But when you talk to him, he says that even though he was like a Johnson & Wales grad, and Johnson & Wales is this institution where a lot of, culinary superstars go to, he got his start in these mom and pop Asian restaurants and sushi bars and these traditional Korean kitchens. And he found himself drawn back to Asian cuisine, even when he like veered away from it. So he's also like a super, super nice guy, but I have to say his dishes are even nicer. And two of them, which I'll mention really quickly, two of the dishes that I think are standouts that if you do end up going to Lamp and Shade, get these two dishes, one of which is the charred baby bok choy. And what makes this interesting is that he tosses it in a shio-koji glaze. And shio-koji is sort of like this funky fermented grain mixture, and he chars it over an open flame, and then he tosses it back into a glaze that has this, along with like sake and ginger and mirin and tamari, and then he serves it. Oh, then he puts like fried garlic over it.
Damn.
And then he serves it with a puree that's made of baby bok choy.
Damn.
And it's thickened with like a potato and a vegan cream cheese. So it's 100% vegan, and it's veg friendly, and it's so, so good. I mean, it's got that essence, that wok-y essence, even though it's like grilled over like that open flame.
Right. Like that, you're talking about that thing that fried rice gets that nobody can explain, right? That weird umami that fried rice has. Yeah.
Yes. And that's exactly what the shio-koji does. It gives you a little bit of that umami, a little bit of that wok-y essence that just elevates, any kind of green, in my opinion. And then the second item is something called Squid Ink Squid, and it's dredged in a seasoned flour that has squid ink powder in it. and it's done like flash fried for just like a minute. And let me tell you, like these blackened curls, they were like gone in 60 seconds.
No joke, really that good?
Yeah, they were so good. They're so elegantly and so delicately crisp, and it's just outstanding. And it's one of his signature dishes. And in fact, he says it's his favorite dish. So it's got great cocktails. It's got a great vibe. If people are considering a restaurant to go to this weekend, I would highly suggest go to Lamp and Shade Craft Kitchen. It's a really cool space, fun vibe.
Good job. All right, Lamp and Shade is a big plus. So that's the review. Good job. We're looking forward to that. Tell me about Rion's Ocean Room.
Yeah, Rion's Ocean. So that just opened inside East End Market, and Rion's Ocean Room is by Sunny Nguyen, who runs Domu and Tori Tori, and it's a traditional Hawaiian poke shop.
Oh, cool.
So they serve poke by the pound, the half pound, the quarter pound. It's really meant for like a takeout sort of experience. It's not a restaurant per se. It's where the Skybird Juice Bar used to be.
Yeah, I know exactly where you are. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's got he's got poke in he's got ahi poke, he's got salmon, he's got wahoo, he's got Mayport shrimp, and he's sourcing all these seafood items. They're all ethically sourced, they're all sustainable, and he's offering them in shoyu and spicy and Hawaiian varieties. And the Hawaiian variety is essentially sea salt with a bit of with sweet onions.
Yeah.
That's the way they really like to enjoy it there.
Nice.
in Hawaii. Yeah, and you can have it over you can have it over rice. There's other toppings and sides, so I'll actually be there tonight. I'm going to check it out. So if anyone's out there and wants to
meet up there, you'll be there. Very good. Let's move on. Move on to Cast and Crew over in Daytona Beach. We don't get to talk about Daytona that much, but we do have a ton of listeners over there.
Oh, good. Yeah, because I was wondering about that. So Cast and Crew, they're billing it as a tied to table restaurant, so it's obviously seafood, and it's a concept by Concentrix Restaurants, and they're the ones behind some such Lake Nona standouts as Canvas and Bacan. Yeah, that's in the Lake Nona Wave Hotel. And anyway, just opened inside the newish, I guess, Renaissance Daytona Beach Oceanfront Hotel. And I think that's on Atlantic Avenue somewhere. Oh, Jack has the if people are watching on YouTube, he has it up there.
Yeah, 640 North Atlantic there. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'd love to hear from listeners if they've gone there or will go there. It looks solid.
Very nice. All right, good. Let's move on to Popka getting its very first food hall. I got to tell you, this is weird that they're taking a shot at this. You and I have talked about the lifespan of food halls and whether or not that's even really a desirable way to eat anymore. I mean, I know it had a hot minute, but like the craft beer thing is finally starting to show those signs that we've talked about for the last year and a half of waning. It looks like I thought the food hall thing would kind of do the same thing. Why were they? Is it different than any other food hall?
It's interesting. I feel like it wants to be more of a East End type of food hall as opposed to one of the larger ones, like the one that was there in College Park and Lake Ivanhoe that shuttered, which will now reopen very soon with Michael Colantes behind it. But I guess they see like an economic advantage. They obviously see there's potential in the gastronomy of Apopka, and these are from the same folks who run a place called Propagate Social House in Apopka. So they seem to be seasoned restaurateurs. And anyway, they're planning on opening it up in early 2025 in the old Hall's Feed Store space. It's a 100-year-old building called Hall's Feed Store.
Oh, cool.
And people in Apopka are probably familiar with it. Yeah. And I believe it's on East 5th Street there. And it's and they've already announced like an anchor vendor, and by coincidence it's the same restaurant group that runs Lamp and Shade.
No way! How funny!
Review,
yeah. Look at that. That's
Jeff
cool.
Ryan Stewart, they're working on a completely new concept that'll anchor this food hall. So it'll kind of, in my mind, I'm thinking that'll be the Domu of East End Market.
Very nice. Like, yeah, they're in Apopka. And it's weird, Apopka's kind of seeing a bit of a renaissance right now. I don't know if you noticed that. Property values are going up. They're building that big thing out there on Wolf Branch Road, that wild thing that's supposed to be an entertainment industry or entertainment complex and everything with restaurants and shopping and movie theaters and stuff. So the APK is showing some life out there, which is kind of cool. That's a part of town that's been beautiful for a while and very accessible, but kind of saw its better days years back. I'm glad to see they're trying to renovate that because it's happened with both Winter Garden and Claremont, both just not even 15 years ago, sleepy nobody towns that nobody went to.
Exactly, yeah. And it's somewhat close to both you and Deb now.
That's right, for sure. All right, let's move on to the Outpost Neighborhood Tavern. Boy, what a name to choose, considering. I mean, I read about this restaurant the last week, Fayez, and I'm like, I mean, all you have to do is one quick Google search to realize maybe you should choose another name because the Outpost in Maitland had one of the worst reputations the restaurants had in Orlando in 10 years.
100. I could not agree with you more.
Like,
please,
what are you doing, man?
If you're listening, please change the name of this restaurant.
Like immediately on the Facebook post, like everybody's like, I hope it's not affiliated with this. One after the other.
To the point where in the press release, or maybe it wasn't even a press release, it was an email that was sent to us. The very last line said, we are not affiliated with Outpost Neighborhood Kitchen, which of course closed under very dubious circumstances late last year.
Exactly. I was like, man, of all the names to choose, you should have chosen something else. Maybe they will. Maybe they'll rebrand it. I don't know. Maybe they just didn't do the research and didn't understand. Who knows?
Maybe.
What are they going to be doing, though? It's over in the Eola area.
Yes, correct. So you know where Persimmon Hollow Brewery used to be, right there on the lakes of on the shores of Lake Eola, where I believe a Panera used to be there, right near EON. They'll be there. I believe they're targeting a spring opening, and it'll serve like a American fare. It's from the same owner who ran Island Time and Garden Bistro in Thornton Park.
Dude, Island Time was no joke, for the record. He cooked all that stuff on like a hot plate, and my man turned it out. That guy can cook, by the way.
Yeah. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what they do here. Hopefully the food will be better.
Dude, I'm telling you, that Island Time brunch, I don't know if you ever went to it, Fayez. It was like a tiny little house over there in Thornton Park area or whatever, near downtown. And it was amazing. I mean, it was really, really good. Tons of flavor. Delicious.
Well, as you know, Jim, brunch is not my favorite meal of the day.
Well, I got bad news. I got horrible news for you then, buddy. Horrible news. Let's end it up with the. Now, we talked about this a little bit yesterday with our friend Danny Meyering from Orlando Date Night Guide, but the Stone Crab brunch at Four Flamingos.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if you already talked about it, then yeah. So, I mean, it's stone crab season. I just drove by Lombardi's, and they're advertising stone crabs. So it's the season for stone crabs, and who doesn't love stone crabs?
Yeah, it's very good.
People are allergic to stone crabs, don't. But so they're having on Sunday, they're having a special brunch, an all-you-can-eat affair, and I believe it's $165 over there at Four Flamingos in the Hyatt Regency Hotel. So if you really love. Yeah, and I believe Richard Blaze might be there, the celebrity chef.
He pops in. Actually, not the last time I went, but the time before that, I saw him out. He came over to our table and hung out for a few minutes. And a really sweet guy, by the way. Great cook. Love the restaurant. I love it. I think
nice hair.
I've great hair. I've had nothing but great experiences there. I mean, I actually recommended this restaurant to a buddy of mine who could have gone anywhere. He could have taken his family anywhere, and he wrote me an email thanking me for the recommendation because it was such a wonderful experience for them.
You fool.
You fool.
No, it is. It's it's a solid restaurant.
It is. All right. You ready to get busted up?
I am, because, I
Why do you think he shaved?
Yeah, he shaved.
Yeah, I did shave. And last Friday, I neglected to remind you that I wouldn't be on the show, and I think that really kind of pissed you off.
Yeah.
And so now I'm really ready.
You're going to get it extra now, Fayez. You're going to get it extra.
Yeah, he's going to give it to you, Fayez.
Yeah, he is.
He's going to give it to you.
All right,
ready,
Fayez. Listen, Fayez, I finally invite you over to my house, right?
Ooh.
And
yeah, that's special.
I finally invite you over to the house.
Yeah, no
and,
doubt.
Do I have my pants on?
You do this time. And when you walk up, you knock on the door. We greet you. Big hugs. Thanks for coming over. You walk in. Little do you know, I crack you in the back of the head with an empty Pepsi bottle. From the old days.
And it's Pepsi, dude.
Those are thick.
Oh, yeah, they're thick.
We're not talking plastic.
You collapse. I roll you outside to go get my tractor, and I scoop you up in the bucket.
Aw.
And I drive you straight to Kissimmee for brunch. Where, Fayez?
Two things of hell.
Where, Fayez, would I dump you out of the bucket of my tractor into the parking lot of a restaurant in Kissimmee and find a really good brunch spot out there in South Orlando?
Leave it to you to violently kidnap me and then force me to endure the worst meal of the day.
And by the way, it's going to take us a while because my tractor's slow. So you're going to really get busted up in that thing for a while.
Yeah, that's from Mount Dora to Kissimmee. You're looking at a few hours there, Fayez.
Going a solid 21 miles an hour, buddy. It's going to be a minute. Get comfy.
There is like an old school kind of place there. I think it's been open for about 25 years. It's called Woodsby's Cafe.
Woodsby's Cafe.
I think it's on South Obi. Yeah, and it's like towards Poinciana. Like it is like South Kissimmee. Like it's on South OBT, and I don't know if they serve brunch. This is the kind of old school place that has the 3 proper meals of the day. They got their breakfast, they got lunch, and they got dinner. And I think an old cracker like yourself would really enjoy the food.
There you
son
go.
of a bitch, I dare you.
There you go.
All right, Woodsby's on Kissimmee. And we did have a question come on the texting service, and it's actually a good question. You know, when you go to a nice restaurant, Fayez, they don't put the salt and pepper shakers on the tables.
Yeah, exactly.
You notice that? There's no salt and pepper on the tables at nice restaurants. And the reason why is because when you go to a nice restaurant, the idea is that the chef knows what they're doing, and chances are your dish is going to be salted properly and seasoned properly.
Give me my salt and pepper.
The question is how do you ask at a nice restaurant in a classy manner that you would like some salt for your food without insulting the chef or the restaurant?
Oh, I've done it. I've done it quite a few times, and I just politely ask, could I please get some salt, please, or some sea salt, or especially at steakhouses, I like to get Maldon salt, and I like to just sort of crumble it over the steak myself. So I don't think the chef would necessarily take offense to it. Something being undersalted might be better than it being oversalted anyway.
Yeah. Is that a myth then? Is that a myth? Because I've actually said that. I've experienced it one time before. I won't say the restaurant, but I got the side eye from the server when I asked for salt once, and I was like, I wonder what that's all about. Then I talked to our friend Heather McPherson, and Heather said, as a rule, at the nicer places, you don't really ask for the salt because the idea is that your food's going to be seasoned perfectly as it is.
You just gotta suffer.
I take
through
the
it.
opposite, especially at a nice place where you're paying even more money than you would, like I don't know, at a Longhorn or something like that.
Right.
Ask for the salt and don't feel shy. You don't have to be rude about it, but you're the customer.
That's
and
Jimmy's
if you
only
want
gear.
something a little more salted, that's perfectly fine.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that, I guess. Well, you know what? Then I'll just call that a myth, and I'll say that that's dead. The idea of that is dead.
Or is it better just to open up your little purse and take out some travel salt and pepper packets?
Oh God, I think that's where.
Bring the old salt shaker with you in your purse.
Go into the purse for the Texas Pete's.
Yeah.
By the way, somebody texted on the surface and said, "What's the Hawaiian poke restaurant you're talking about?" It's Rion's Ocean Room.
Yeah, Rion's Ocean Room. RION_S Ocean Room. It's inside East End Market where Skybird Juice Bar used to be. It's kind of like right next
on
to
Corinne.
Gideon's. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, speaking of cookies, man, I had the best cookies in Washington, D.C. at a place called Yellow, the cafe.
Yeah.
If anyone's going to D.C., stop by and get these cookies there. They're really good.
Will they ship them?
Yeah, I think they will.
Oh, all right.
Yeah,
all right,
I didn't
very
even
good.
think of that, Jim. Thanks. How many get on there? Give them a call. They ship me 40 cookies.
Good and loud for Fayez Kara, guys.
Hey!
Where can they find you and read your stuff, dummy?
Find me on Instagram at It's Fayez Kara. That's ITSFAIYAZKARA. Find me at Fayez Kara everywhere else. And of course, on the pages of Orlando Weekly, OrlandoWeekly.com. Click on the Food and Drink channel, and you'll find all my reviews and all my columns.
You're the greatest, buddy. We'll see you soon. Thanks, Fayez. Always good seeing you, man.
Thanks,
Bye,
everyone. Have a good
Fayez.
weekend.
Have a
You
good
got it, buddy.
weekend.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show. Stay right there. Thanks for joining us for Primetime Kitchen, brought to you by our friends over at Tools Ace Hardware. Look, guys, when you're dialing in your backyard for those special days, Tools has you covered with the best grills out there, Weber, Traeger, and of course, Big Green Egg. All the accessories you need, all the smoking wood you need, rubs, marinades, everything to make that outdoor experience amazing. You know, those family experiences are extremely special. Make sure you're doing it right with one of these great grills from our friends over at Tools Ace Hardware. With 11 locations in Central Florida, chances are you're right around the corner from your next dream grill. Find yours today at toolsacehardware.com.
Real Radio is on X at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air.
Hey there,
Central Florida. This is Fox 35. Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard here with your Friday night forecast. Mainly clear skies through the overnight tonight. Temperatures dipping into the 60s. Overall, we are going to be seeing a gorgeous night. Perfect to kick off the weekend. Heads up, though, very late tonight, we could see some patchy fog all across the region. So just make sure you are being careful if you have any plans late tonight and early tomorrow morning. Picture perfect weekend ahead. Temperatures throughout the mid-80s, mostly sunny skies and gorgeous sunshine from start to finish.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Blindster is a family-run business that began in 2010, and we've sold millions of custom blinds, shades, and shutters and received over 100,000 five-star reviews. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
Hey, everybody, Jim Colbert here from my friends over at the Filatowski Eye Institute. And if you ask anybody who's experienced LASIK surgery, they will tell you it is the best move they ever made, man. If you talk to my father-in-law about it, he will not shut up. He did not think that his eyes would ever get better. Glasses, contacts, but once he got his surgery, none of that anymore. Just walking around smiling with his new lease on life and his brand new vision. And if you deal with those same things, what are you waiting for? The Filatowski Eye Institute right now offering free LASIK consultations. That's right. Let them tell you what they can do for you and how they can make your life better with great vision. Simply text 1041 to 868686. That way you can start your journey to better vision with the Filatowski Eye Institute. They performed over 65,000 LASIK procedures, and they use the latest state-of-the-art tech that gets you the best results every single time. And if finances is a concern, do not sweat it. These guys have 24-month interest-free financing waiting for you right now. Again, make your appointment easily. Just text 1041 to 868686 and schedule your free LASIK consultation at the Filatowski Eye Institute. Your path to better vision begins right now.
Hey, welcome to Total Wireless. How can I help you?
Oh, my phone is panicking. It thinks I'm trading it in.
No worries. At Total Wireless, you get 50% off the Total 5G Unlimited plan when you keep your phone.
Really? 50% off and I get to keep my phone? Wow.
Yep, that's as low as $25 per month for one line when you sign up for AutoPay.
Visit your Total Wireless store today. Restrictions apply. Compatible device required. Available exclusively online and in Total Wireless retail stores.
I'm Mark Anajar.
I'm Glenn Levine.
I'm Ellie Anajar.
And we're Anajar and Levine. Experience the Anajar and Levine difference by calling us with any of your legal needs. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In Office Orlando.
Orlando City continues their playoff campaign on the road in North Carolina to take on Charlotte FC on November 1st at 7:30 p.m. Join us for a watch party presented by Heineken Silver at Sports and Social located off International Drive starting at 6:30, or tune in on Real Radio 104.1 and watch on any device on the Apple TV app. Don't forget to tune in an hour before the match at 6:30 to catch Kickoff Minus 60 airing exclusively on the Lion Nation app. Vamos, Orlando.
For over 40 years, Solar Source has stood by Orlando and Tampa. We've weathered storms together. Our emergency service department is here, ready to help you rebuild. Call 1-800-329-1301 or visit solarsource.com. Explore battery backup systems to protect your family. Don't wait. Call Solar Source at 1-800-329-1301 or visit solarsource.com. Solar Source, we're with you every step of the way.
So you want to be my client? You think you deserve fair compensation for your injuries? Well, you got to call me. Can't just keep listening forever. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Mo DeWitt, Orlando attorney.
Jim Colbert here for FAS Windows and Doors. Are your energy costs through the roof? Well, it's time to replace your single-pane aluminum windows with the most energy-efficient option available. Keep the heat outside during the summer and inside during the winter. Too much outside noise getting in? Considering replacing older windows and doors with laminated insulated glass, providing as much as 100% improvement. Keep that noise outside where it belongs. Offering rebates of $100 per window and $200 per door. Also offering 24-month, no money down, no payment, no interest financing. For a completely free in-home consultation, call FAS or visit them online. Trust the leader, FAS.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. Call 800-522-5700. 800-522-5700.
Mommy, want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with DayQuil VapoCool. It's DayQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is DayQuil VapoCool.
DayQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey guys, this is Dante Marcatelli of the Orlando Magic.
And this is Jake Chapman. And Dante, you know what they say, when one window closes, simply move to a new window.
Well, I don't think anyone says that, Jake, ever, but I think I know what you're getting at. You're referring to the new show, Magic Insiders, right?
You know me so well, D. Magic Insiders, Monday through Friday during the season, dropping at 3 p.m. Eastern each day.
Listen to Magic Insiders on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Magic Insiders and start listening.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. When dining out or shopping at the grocery store, ask for sustainable seafood. By choosing sustainable seafood, you can help reduce overfishing, bycatch, loss of top predators, illegal fishing, and other harmful environmental impacts. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by Tools Ace Hardware.
More Jim Colbert Show in 3, 2, 1.
There once was a Sunday so bright, Tampa Bay Bucks showed up with all their might. They played Falcons with flair and left them impaired. Now their NFC South hopes take flight.
Hey!
Go Bucks.
Good job, dude. That's good.
Upon the Bucks bus is where I should go. Have I ever been to a Bucks game? The answer is no, but with my friend Jack, we'll sit in the back and we'll get drunk all the way home.
Hail victory. Here come the Bucks. They'll turn those Falcons into ducks. With that pigskin of leather, they'll rip out their feathers and leave Atlanta saying, "What the?"
Yeah, man, that's a good one too.
Hey guys, happy day. I will give it a go. There once was a team from the Bay who went all the way. Brady left town, everyone frowned, then Baker came to save the day.
Not bad at all, guys. Good start. Way better than I thought. I mean, way better.
So this is for our final pair of tickets on the Bucks bus and to the game to join us this Sunday. If you want to enter, leave a talk back with your best Buccaneer associated limerick for us. And we'll play them, and we'll pick a winner at the end, and they'll be the last two people joining us on the bus. All the other seats are filled.
That's right. They're all filled up. And by the way, speaking of filled seats, you know, the Harry Sip and Savor event, like we said before, if you didn't get in, get on the waiting list. Here's why. Because Harry Sip and Savor, I just found out today, they had 3 couples cancel. They have 6 seats available.
Oh, wow.
So if you want to go to this tomorrow, did you notice the response? Because everybody knows what a deal it is.
Yeah.
$70 a person. You heard the dishes, filet mignon, scallops, paired up with beer from, is it Tripping Animals Brewery?
Yeah, it's such a cool name.
Like, it's amazing. The menu is one of the best I've seen for proteins. Red Snapper also on that menu. So if you were dying to go and you didn't get a chance, Harry Sip and Savor has 6 seats available for tomorrow night's dinner. Go to harryspoolside.com. You'll see the ability to click up. It's in the event section there. Get your tickets now. We'll see you tomorrow night for the big Harry Sip and Savor event over at the Rosen Plaza there. So again, 6 seats available for Harry's. It's harryspoolside.com.
Get them now. Don't wait.
Yeah, please do. Get them now. Don't wait for sure. Let's do this real quick. It's fast, and we can get to the top of the hour. Did we already go over the 2024 baby names that were very popular?
No, and I've been doing my best not to read the list.
Did you kind of know? I don't know what it is about this. I think it's a generational thing. It kind of shows you where, kind of where things are going.
Well, for me, it was the byline that they used to get you to read the story. And of course, Noah's the boy's name, but then Olivia being the girl's name. And we know an Olivia.
Yeah, that we do. Right.
So I was like, no, don't read it.
But
don't read it.
And it's so funny. They gave you the number one. So Noah and Olivia are the number one new name or name in 2024 for babies for boys and girls. Olivia being the young girl's name, and of course Noah being the boy's name. And
Are you sure?
And I hear that more. Trust me. Today, no, I'm not. But I hear those names more now than I have in a while. and these probably won't be that big of a surprise because you hear them around, and they're very 2024, by the way.
Are they?
Yeah, they're very 25-year-old, naming a baby is exactly what this is. Olivia.
A little Chanel in there.
Yeah, a little Chanel in there. Like number 10 is Luna. That's a dog name. Like, I've never heard of Luna used as a girl's name, except for like in the entertainment business.
I was going to say, if you watched Harry Potter, you would know Luna Lovegood.
But I always knew Luna as a dog's name. I think that's one of the most popular female dog names is Luna. Then Ellie, another one. Mia, Ava, Isabella, Charlotte, which is one of my favorite names ever.
I love that name.
Sophia, Emma, Amelia. You know what's interesting about this list? Only one of these names does not end in an A. And that's Charlotte. Every other name on this list for girls ends with an A. Or no, Ellie doesn't. So it's Luna, Mia, or Maya, I guess you could go either way. Ava, Isabella, Sophia, Emma, and Amelia.
But then there's Ellie and Charlotte.
Ellie and Charlotte there for 9 and whatever. And then for boys, it's, oh man, this number 9 one is a little much for your man here. So Noah's number 1.
Okay.
Right. Number 10 is Leo.
Okay.
Right. Now, and it's funny because usually that's short for Leonardo, but they don't really say that. They don't say Leonardo. They say Leo, as if they shorten it right there on the birth certificate.
I have a cousin, but we call him Leo.
Oh, really?
Instead of Leo.
That's my daughter's fiance's name is Leo. Asher is number 9. Asher. You can just see his blonde hair spiked up. Ezra, Levi, Lucas, Mateo.
Wow.
Mateo, Elijah.
Like that name.
Oliver, and Liam. Those are the ones for boys. So those are very kind of European names, are they not?
I would predict that Ross's son is named Miles. I could see that making some lists in the future.
Yeah. But aren't these kind of almost Eurocentric kind of names? Do you guys not?
Mateo? Hell yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, think about
Liam as well.
Ezra, Liam, Asher, Elijah. That's not like those are.
Are you looking for more Scotts, Todds, and Brads?
Well, that's what I'm saying is those are the least stereotypical kind of, and I'm putting the air quotes up here, American or English names that I've seen in a while. There's not one Chuck on this list.
I
think Levi is probably the most American name out of all those, right? I mean, I don't even know what that means, but I mean, Levi sounds the most
biblical to me.
A lot of these are Elijah,
Ezra, Elijah,
yeah. Crazy, man. And then on the girl side, same thing, really. I mean, I think maybe Emma would be the most kind of Americanized name on there. Amelia, I don't know. Sophia is definitely like kind of an Italian kind of feel, right? Isabella, kind of an Italian feel. Charlotte's kind of an American thing. I knew a girl when I was young. Her name was Charlotte. She was absolutely stunning. Asian girl. Just so gorgeous.
Yeah, Charlotte's going to get their ass kicked.
Oh, yeah.
Sunday night, Orlando City playoffs, baby. Let's
go. Get it. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Let me see what we have here. Oh, well, Neiman Marcus made a choice. I'll tell you what it is next.
Your chance to win $1,000 in your hand is minutes away on Real Radio 104.1. Brought to you by Mills Air.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Looking at heavy traffic right now on I-4 westbound due to a crash blocking the shoulder near the 535 exit. Still seeing delays from an earlier crash reported westbound on Colonial Drive, blocking multiple lanes between Woodbury Road and Alafaya Trail. If you run into other traffic problems this afternoon in the Orlando area, just make sure you're calling the Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Blindster is a family-run business that began in 2010, and we've sold millions of custom blinds, shades, and shutters and received over 100,000 five-star reviews. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
Mortgage rates are heading down. If you're one of the folks that have loans in the 7s or even 8% range and you'd like to explore savings for a refinance to lower your payments or get cash out, just make sure before you make any move to buy a new home or refinance your existing home, listen as that mortgage guy Don hosts the Home Loans Radio Show right here on Real Radio 104.1 from 9 to 10:30 every Saturday morning. He's been a part of the Real Radio family for years and has helped more than a few of us realize our home buying dreams, like myself, and he can do that for you too. It's peace of mind at your fingertips, so don't miss the boat. Compare your quote at thatmortgageguyDon.com.
Don't miss the boat, compare your quote with thatmortgageguyDon.com.
2025s are here. It's the model year end event at Sutherland Nissan Orlando. Check out the bold and colorful new 2025 Kicks or used cars from $8,968. And your credit problems are no problem at Sutherland Nissan Orlando, home with a lifetime warranty.
Plus tax and fees with approved credit.
People often ask why I continue to do what I do. For the past 8 years as sheriff, my passion for law enforcement in our community has driven me to make a positive impact. As a dedicated leader, I've introduced new technologies to improve public safety and built programs that strengthen our community ties. Being sheriff isn't just a job for me. It's about making a real difference and ensuring our efforts lead to lasting results by always going the extra mile. Paid by Mike Chitwood, Independent for Sheriff.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 689-305-2853. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 689-305-2853. That's 689-305-2853.
Are you prepared for the future? At TK Law Firm, they understand the importance of securing your legacy. Whether you're looking for a will or trust, they can help. Don't leave your legacy to chance. Visit onefirmforlife.com for your free consultation. Protect what matters most. TK Law Firm, your partner in estate planning excellence.
Moments like hearing my cat purr good morning mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib. Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative NBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Jessica, I had a really nice time tonight.
Me too.
Of all the girls in Orlando, there's no one I'd rather spend time with.
I feel the same way.
There's just one thing I have to tell you. Now, only with Verizon, you can get YouTube Premium for just $10 per month with my plan, making it totally ad-free, because there's nothing worse than an interruption from an ad right when things are about to get interesting.
What?
Check it out at a Verizon store here in Orlando.
My car's here. Bye.
YouTube Premium perk requires line subscribe to my plan. Must be 18 years or older. Cancel anytime. One offer per eligible Verizon line. Additional terms apply. U.S. only.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Find out at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Real Radio has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. WIN. W-I-N. WIN. Enter it now on our website, realradio.fm. Good luck.
This is the Jim Colbert Show. Take us with you for free on the iHeartRadio app.
Good afternoon, morning, Colbert Carew. All right, I am here with...
I'm Swilly, and Pat's here too.
All right, yeah, we're out here camping out in Titusville. We're making a Publix run right now. Got to get some firewood, some beer, some food. And yeah, it's going to be a great weekend. Cannot wait to just get hammered. It's going to be weird. Big T and Swilly and on the PC out.
Yeah. It's already weird a little bit.
Regarding names, I still don't get why Jack is usually used short for John. It's the same number of letters. Please, somebody explain this to me.
I always kind of wondered that too.
Back in the 90s, I went out to a really nice restaurant in Coral Gables down south. Me and my girlfriend went in. We had a surf and turf. I asked the waiter for ketchup for my steak.
Uh-oh.
And the chef came out, picked up both our plates, and asked us to leave. Got a free glass of wine out of it. But girlfriend never turned my calls after that.
Very good. Yeah, somebody had mentioned asking for ketchup at a nice steak restaurant. I'm like, yeah, they'll bounce your ass for that. They probably don't even have it in the restaurant. All right, 407-916-1041. And that is how you call us. Text us easily at 77031. Those are talkbacks. You can hop in on that. It's easy. Get that iHeartRadio app. Go to Real Radio. Once you get it, use that microphone to send your comment to Jack. We'll get you on the air. Your 5 o'clock keyword is win, W-I-N. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Guys, win is your 5 o'clock keyword. We certainly hope you do win.
You think being named Jack, I would have looked this up before the age of 58. However, I had not. And is that how old I am? Kind of forget. I think
No,
it is.
you're
I'm
not that
57.
old.
I'm 57.
57.
Yeah.
You're
so-
younger than Jimmy, right?
Yeah.
No, he's not.
No.
He's older than me. That's the
Yeah.
irony.
Yeah.
That is the irony. Yeah, when you look at us side by side, he looks like my son.
Get such a kick out of that.
He's a year
All
older.
right. So Jack, John has evolved through the age. It was a series of changes. It was Johnkin to Jankin to Jackin to Jack.
Really?
So it wasn't a direct from John to Jack.
Yeah,
Don't
the
like
only-
that Jenkin one. That's ooh.
That's the only person I've ever known that applied to was Kennedy. I mean, I remember him. People calling him Jack Kennedy. I thought he had a brother.
Yeah.
But I didn't know, and I never understood that either. I mean, we knew the Robert Bob, Robert, Dick.
Yeah, and I was
Richard.
I was named after my grandfather, who was a John that they called Jack.
Really?
But I was Jack from the get-go.
I'll be damned.
Yeah.
That's a weird last name. Welcome back. I'm Jim. There's Deb. And
It's like Jenny on the block, Jack from the get-go.
Jack from the get-go's here as well. So Neiman Marcus, you guys know Neiman Marcus, right? That is
Fancy, right?
Upscale,
Oh, yeah.
luxury, right up there with like Bloomingdale's and
Don't even park on that side of Mall at Millennia.
Exactly. You don't even walk by those stores.
Nope, I'm over there on the Macy's anchor side.
Yeah.
I see Neiman.
You know they're fancy when they're counting people coming in during the Christmas holidays.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they have a guard that'll only let so many people in. They don't want to get bum rushed.
Right.
It has been a luxury retailer for many, many years, starting off up there in New York City. And every year they do a thing called the Christmas book. And I think it kind of harkens back to the days that, that you and I and Jack and the people in our audience a little bit, maybe in their 50s or so, had the Christmas catalogs from like Sears and JCPenney.
Yeah, well, those we could afford.
Yeah, Montgomery Wards and stuff like that. And of course, they called it the Wish book back then. Remember that?
Yeah.
No, was that
the Sears Wish book?
There you go.
Yeah, and I was talking to my wife and daughter about this just last night at dinner.
Oh, the Sears Wish book?
Oh, yeah, that was the start of Christmas season
is
when that thing arrived.
We would get that thing in like maybe September, the beginning of November or
yeah.
whatever. And me and my cousins would sit and just go from page to page and dream about having that stuff. I wore that guitar area out and that guitar and amp area out like over and over and over. And the guns and, of course, the bras and panties.
I just wanted a Barbie dream house.
Did you really? Damn, really? Did you never get a Barbie dream house?
No.
No?
No.
Were they expensive? I guess they must have been.
Well, yeah, and I had the blow-up furniture, not the actual hard plastic stuff.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well, Neiman Marcus, who, by the way, also acquired the another high-level retailer, Saks Fifth Avenue. That's right up there with like Bloomingdale's and whatnot. And they made a change, and I find this very interesting. And this has happened in a number of corporate entities over the last like 15 or 20 years, and I don't get it. I really don't get it, right? And here's what's happened. So their iconic annual gift catalog, known for its extravagance, for 100 years, has been called Neiman Marcus's Christmas book. For 100 years.
Oh, let me guess.
For a century, they have called it Neiman Marcus's Christmas book since 1926.
And now it's got to be the holiday book.
That's exactly what happened. They changed it from the Christmas book to the holiday book for this year's catalog. And let me just tell you, it is not going well.
No, I would imagine not.
And here's why. There's no reason to do it. There's no reason to do it. I don't care what you believe in your faith world. If you don't believe, if you're Jewish, if you're Muslim, it doesn't matter at all. This is Christmas. It doesn't matter. You don't have to believe in Jesus. You can still celebrate Christmas and exchange gifts with your family at this time of the year as a known time that we celebrate each other as people and and just do nice things for each other. But they had to wipe out the word Christmas in the Neiman Marcus Christmas book to call it the holiday book. And they've done this with Christmas cards as well. The holiday cards.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And for some reason, this happens in the corporate world. And could somebody explain why? Why would you do that? Who is that offending? Like, who is being offended by saying a Christmas book?
Before it became the war on Christmas and it was really propagated for political reasons, I believe, because it was Bill O'Reilly on Fox News. He was one of the guys beating the drum. Back in one of my first jobs, I worked at Food Town. And instead of, I'll just say Happy Holidays, because I don't know what these people shopping celebrate. I'll just say Happy Holidays.
Yeah.
And that way it applies to everybody. It doesn't.
But you don't get your kids don't get up in the morning and go, "Yay, it's holiday morning."
No, that's your kids and your family. But a Jewish family doesn't wake up and say, "Hey, it's
they don't
Christmas."
celebrate Christmas. It doesn't matter. They don't. They go to the movies.
Yeah,
in Chinese restaurants.
Yeah, but they also buy gifts.
Yeah, they sure do.
Right?
But I don't know if they do or not. To be honest with you, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if Jews swap
Hanukkah.
Well, during Hanukkah, but that's not Christmas.
No, it's the holiday season, though.
My best friend is Jewish and has never had a problem a day in her life when someone wishes her Merry Christmas.
I don't know anyone who has.
Yeah, that's why it seems like a knee-jerk reaction to something that doesn't exist.
Yeah, but
Especially now.
That's the thing is, like, I guess, here's the thing. It's your company. You can do what you want, right? Completely understood. I just simply don't understand what the motivation is after 100 years, all of a sudden, that you feel like you have to change the holiday book. It's not going to affect me. I don't shop at Neiman Marcus.
Yeah.
It doesn't, I don't go there to buy things. But when I saw the story today, I'm like, I just don't understand why. Like, who are you super serving by changing that to holiday book instead of just leaving it Christmas book and continuing with tradition? That's what I don't understand. Like, it's not offending anyone. Nobody's offended by it. Everybody kind of understands when Christmas comes around, whether you believe or not believe, whether you buy into that. It's just Christmas. It's the designated time of year that we all, take the time off, regardless of your faith. Zero faith, it doesn't matter. And I just don't. And by the way, the employees are not happy about this either.
Well, I can imagine not.
It says they should probably put more time into the product and the marketing of the store as they do DEI. And I don't know if that has anything to do with it. But the fantasy gift, I guess, has also been there as well. That's one of those things where they put one experience or gift in there, and it makes news every year. One year, it was a $1.9 million 18th century carriage that belonged to a Spanish royal family.
Oh,
then one time it was a Namibian safari for $770,000. So they do these things, and even and so now they call it a Neiman's Fantasy instead of a Christmas Fantasy. So they've even put the company name in there. So they've wiped the idea or the name or the word Christmas from all of their stuff with Neiman Marcus.
Which is interesting because why?
Exactly. And by the way, I guess they've done the same thing with Saks Fifth Avenue. Now they didn't say anything, but they're the same company who owns it. It says, and by the way, one of the employees who was spoken to regarding the store said, "We feel this is the last hurrah of the current CEO that apparently isn't making any friends over there at Neiman Marcus."
You're messing with two things with this, with a change like this: people's nostalgia for one, and also people's personal beliefs, because people see it as a tack on their religion. If they celebrate Christmas, they're like, by you making that change, you're saying there's something wrong with it. You you can no longer subscribe to this.
And when you talk to the employees and see the comments, by the way, not from this story, but others I pulled about this, because that's, when I see something like this, I want to make sure that the companies that print the stories aren't angling the story by any means, because this is a Fox News story. So I went and found and sourced it elsewhere, and it's almost exact same verbiage that the employees are super pissed because exactly what Jack said. Now they, not Jeffrey, the CEO, sitting on the crown high.
Right, have to answer for his choice.
Exactly. Every person that's walking the floor, every person running the register during the holiday season is going, hey, why'd they change it the holiday? Why'd they change it the holiday? Instead of just keeping it Christmas and just letting it roll like it has for the last 100 years. I don't get it. But it's their store. They can do what they want.
I guess so.
Yeah. And those stores, by the way, are seeing a downturn in business. They've been suffering. These luxury retailers have not had a good run over the last 5 years. Not been good. But it is kind of funny though, because you go into one of those some of the other stores, like luxury watch stores, are destroying. There is a 1.5 year long waiting list to get a Rolex.
Really?
Yeah, dude, it is crazy. It's weird because there's a giant, and that just really kind of shows you where the economy is. It's that giant separation of super wealth and the people who are, trying to make it from week to week, month to month, or whatever. It's the people who have gotten very rich are also very, very rich, and they're buying those things. But those department stores they're not doing as well. The focused stores for specific items, whether it be bags or watches or things like that, they are doing okay. But there is. Did you not know that about Rolex?
No, because I've never.
Yeah. When you go to
ever looked. I couldn't tell you one model from the other.
Exactly.
When you go to the Rolex store, and I think the only one in town is.
You're talking to the wrong guy.
In the Mall of Millennium. When you walk in, Jack, here's the craziest thing ever. This is right. Fully staffed, everybody in nice suits. Everybody's exactly what you expect to see in a Rolex store. When you walk in, there are Rolexes everywhere. In the cases, you can see them, beautiful, whatever. The first thing they say to you when you walk in, these are just for display. It's an 18-month wait. You can put your name on the list if you'd like. That's all they're doing. They're just taking names to add to a list. They actually don't sell you anything that you can buy right there.
I sent my Seiko off to get repaired.
I got my good old Tissot.
It's back at I got to pick it up at Goldsmith.
Yeah.
It's been there a week.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. I'm going to let you stew on this.
Okay.
Don't answer. Don't yell anything out. Where do you think the most OnlyFans creators are? Where do you think they are? Where do you think the most OnlyFans creators hail from? I'll tell you where that is next. It's interesting, too.
This weekend, Real Radio 104.1 smells like the 90s. Classic Alternative, this weekend on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Still looking at major delays on I-4 westbound this afternoon due to axe activity blocking the shoulder near the 535 exit. A serious crash reported up in Castleberry and Seminole County is affecting lanes east and westbound on Seminole Boulevard and all north and southbound lanes on Winter Park Drive. This is due to a serious crash reported in the intersection. If you see other traffic problems, make sure you're calling the Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. I started Blindster in 2010 in my garage after I overpaid for new blinds. I researched the industry, hired my mom, and 14 years later, we're one of the largest retailers of custom blinds in the U.S. Don't pay too much for new blinds. Go to Blindster.com.
Man, it's time for a new bathroom. You know it. I know it. And especially when the holidays are approaching, Thanksgiving, Christmas, you want to have those wonderful experiences at your house. The problem is your guest bathroom is a mess. It's been a mess for a while, and you've been waiting for that right moment to do something. Well, now is that right moment. Get on the phone with the guys over at Rebath of Mid-Florida and let these guys get you a new bathroom. They do it in just 4 to 6 days, so you have time. That's right, 4 to 6 days, not weeks, not months. And you see the same team of people on your project until the project is done. And when they walk out, they'll hand you a lifetime guarantee on the products and the install. Even better, guys, when you go over to the showroom, mention the Jim Colbert Show. They'll throw in $800 in upgrades to your bathroom project. And the showroom is easy to find. 436 up in Altamont. They're right across from Kobe. When you walk in, you'll see some models set up. And guys, look, those aren't the models you're buying. Those are just there to show you the products they have configured into different styles of bathrooms. When you meet with their design team, scheme. It's all a custom bathroom, and they use their products, and their catalog is full of incredible stuff. Multiple choices of toilets and tubs, sinks, tiles, lighting. It's all right there. You can't lose. When you log onto the website, you can look at the before and afters. Amazing stuff they've done, even for our buddy Daryl Payne. 2 bathrooms from him, and they are beautiful. Again, mention the Jim Colbert Show for $800 worth of upgrades, and book your appointment today at rebath.com.
Sponsored by the Nickley Group with Keller Williams Realty. Get a guaranteed cash offer on your home at thenickley.com.
Sunnyside Air Conditioning.
Oh, hi. My air conditioner is blowing hot.
For air conditioners making a funny noise, press 1.
No, it's...
Try to listen to the whole message before making a selection.
Sorry.
For air conditioners blowing cold, but not quite cold enough, press 2.
No, it's blowing hot.
I haven't gotten to that one yet.
Well, can we speed this up?
Don't get grumpy with me, or I'll take you back to the main menu.
No, anything but that. Please don't send me back to the main menu.
Fine, but I'm watching you.
Bet if I'd called Frank Gay, I'd already be getting my problem solved.
But you didn't call Frank Gay. So, what do we do now?
I'm calling Frank Gay.
When your air conditioner is blowing hot, you need a solution now. A helpful operator to guide you, all your options explained, and your problem fixed fast. That's the Frank Gay way.
If you're ready to pull your hair out, press 7.
That's the Frank Gay way.
FrankGayServices.com.
The Jim Colbert Show question of the day is brought to you by WeAreNotTheBanks.com. This is mortgages, baby. They're not the banks. It's not a savings account. It's mortgages. Whether it's a mortgage for a brand new home or it's refinancing the home where you currently live. If this is the year, if now is the time you are looking for a new home, you need to get a mortgage. Brad Siebert can help you do that. The website, WeAreNotTheBanks.com. Works with all types of buyers. Good credit, awesome. You get a great rate. Bumps in your credit can still work with you. Maybe you put a little more money down. Many different loan types available. VA loans, conventional loans, jumbo loans of all sizes, even no income documentation loans. Brad can help guide you through the process and find the product that's going to be perfect for you. He helped me with my refi several years ago. I went to WeAreNotTheBanks.com. Fast, easy, got a great rate. But Brad took me through every step of the process. It's a big deal. A house is the biggest thing most of us are going to purchase in our lifetime. So you want to make sure you get it right. Use someone you can trust. That's WeAreNotTheBanks.com for that. NMLS ID number 66247, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Join us for the fall edition of Harry's Sip and Savor, Saturday, October 26th at 7 p.m., featuring Chef Tello Luna's creative menu and Tripping Animals Brewing. Limited seating available. Make your reservations now at harryspoolside.com.
Car accidents can be scary, but dealing with the insurance company could be even scarier. This Halloween, don't get tricked. Just call Mo. Injured on the go, just call Mo.com. Orlando's attorneys.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. When dining out or shopping at the grocery store, ask for sustainable seafood. By choosing sustainable seafood, you can help reduce overfishing, bycatch, loss of top predators, illegal fishing, and other harmful environmental impacts. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment changeouts and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
I'm Julian Edelman. I'm Rob Gronkowski. Welcome to Dudes on Dudes. We're going to highlight players, and we're just going to sit here and talk about them. And we'll get into the types of dudes. Is Randy Moss a stud or a freak? Is Tom Brady a dog or a dude's dude?
We're going to find
Find out, Jules. New episodes drop every Thursday during the NFL season.
Listen to Dudes on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Dudes on Dudes to start listening.
Look to Orange Buick GMC for your next truck at orangebuickgmc.com. We are professional grade.
Real Radio is on Facebook at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Miss part of the show? The Jim Colbert Show on Demand. Available on the free iHeartRadio app.
The Bucks and the Falcons will clash Sunday. Which team will fly and which team will fight? A battle fierce, a thrilling sight. Who claimed the win in the darkened light? Go Bucks!
Go Bucks!
Tinted and unclean.
Hickory dickory dock.
Easy.
In Tampa, where football's a show, with Bucks woes, Jim Colbert's in tow. Injured stars take a seat while the Falcons compete, and the crowd screams, Baker, just throw. They won with the play so extreme.
Just walking.
Even the fans joined the team. They tackled with flair, gave the Falcons a scare. Now they're back in the hunt for the cream. Sickle.
Okay, buddy, good job.
Upon the Bucks bus is where I should.
We heard him already.
Oh, yeah, I already heard you, buddy. Get out of here. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. WIN, by the way, is your 5 o'clock keyword. That's WIN. Go over to realradio.fm and send that off for your chance at $1,000. WIN, guys. That is your 5 o'clock keyword. Good luck. I'm Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
I am.
I want to remind you guys again, we had 6 seats open up for the Sip and Savor event tomorrow night at Harry's Poolside Bar and Grill. If you want to grab those, harryspoolside.com. It's rare for people to drop out, so there's an opportunity for you to slide in if you did not get in for the initial push. There are some seats available, so grab those now. Again, harryspoolside.com to get into Sip and Savor tomorrow night. $70 a person. It's the best money you'll spend on a food event, and I'm not even joking. It's not even close. It is so good. So good. I mean, you heard Tella talk about the portion sizes and filet and scallops, red snapper on this menu. Just wonderful, wonderful stuff paired up with the beers from Tripping Animals. So we have 6 of those seats available now. We had 3 couples drop out. So again, it's harryspoolside.com. Go grab those and we'll see you tomorrow night.
Churro Cup.
All right. Yeah, Churro Cup for sure. Yeah. OnlyFans. Deb, when did you fire your account up? Well, when you know you can make as much money as you wanted to, right? Isn't that a weird thing for you? I mean, it's literally for women, but I mean, beautiful women can certainly do very well. And I mean, that's got to be a weird thing to know that you're a woman, you're sitting out there, and theoretically, you could open up an OnlyFans account, and I mean, obviously, it's going to cost you some dignity, but you could literally pay everything off. I mean, when I heard that story from that
Dre Tomato,
yeah,
Tomato,
yeah, Dre Tomato. When we heard from Dre Tomato. The actress from The Sopranos, and she was about to be evicted from her house, so she turned to OnlyFans to kind of save her house, and she paid it off in like a couple hours of being on OnlyFans. Now, I don't know that you always have to provide adult content. I think you can do...
Well, like I said, mine would always be reading bedtime stories while enjoying a lollipop.
Exactly, right? That would do it, right?
I already got it thought through.
The feet stuff is another thing that you can make a bunch of money off of. But
need a pedicure first.
I think there's a bunch of that out there, too. But I think if you come up with something interesting, I think you could probably get people to talk to you and spend money doing that. So it's got to be, I don't think dudes don't have that angle. Like, I don't think.
You don't think reading bedtime stories while enjoying a lollipop would get you a lot of followers, Jimmy?
I will say something controversial / not all that controversial.
Here we go.
I don't believe that I could make money on OnlyFans trying to attract women to talk to me. But I think for dudes, I think most men who would make money on OnlyFans would have to do it as a gay feature of some sort.
Well, just put on some hot pants.
Yeah, stop. Get out of here.
Some short shorts, some Daisy Dukes.
All right, so primarily...
I believe in you.
And a crop top.
Primarily known for adult content, but it is also used for other creator-driven material. I would say the adult content probably represents about 98% of all the stuff out there. And they get a really nice... It's a neat map here that shows you how many content creators per state per 100,000 people. So for every 100,000 people in that state, there are this many content creators. Let's get this part out of the way because then we can go state to state, and it's kind of an interesting thing. What state do you believe has the most content creators on OnlyFans?
Got to be Florida.
Jack?
California.
neither of those are right. I'll give you another shot.
West Virginia.
Now, real quick, both of those are in the top 10. I'll tell you where they fall in a second.
Okay.
But where do you have one more shot? What do you think?
Texas.
Texas?
Somebody texted Oklahoma, so I'll go with that.
It's not. Nevada.
Oh, Vegas.
Which kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of the industry kind of doesn't AVN run out of there or something? I think there's a major, I know California used to be, but I think Vegas or Nevada has come along in the adult content creation
I imagine
world.
It's happening right there in hotel rooms.
Now, let me give you an example of how many. So, how many creators per 100,000 people do you believe exist in Nevada? This is kind of a weird number. Let me start you off.
Yeah.
Yeah, 31. So 31 per every 100,000 people in Nevada.
So that's the highest number.
That's the highest one.
Oh, wow.
That's the highest
31
one
per capita.
Who do you think is the lowest? And this is, by the way, this is
I was going to say that one.
This is the lowest by far, by the way. It's not, I mean, it's really not even close.
Rhode Island.
Utah is not the answer, by the way.
Maine.
Maine isn't the answer.
Not Rhode Island?
No. It's really, it makes perfect sense.
Vermont.
Alaska.
No. The worst state in the U.S.
North Dakota.
Oh, Mississippi.
Mississippi's the answer.
Oh.
And I say worst, and I'm not trying to be terrible to Mississippi, but it's,
Yeah, because Ohio's in the running.
It's the lowest rank in education, lowest rank in
healthcare,
lowest
you
rank
name
in
it.
obesity, highest rank. I mean, it's
median income,
they've got-
education.
yeah, they got problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have problems for sure. Florida is
7th,
6th,
3rd.
Wow.
Third. That's right. Third. For every 100,000 people in Florida, 15 of those people are creating adult content for OnlyFans.
Come on, people, up
How
your
about
game.
California?
2nd. No, we've already talked.
Yeah, 5th.
Really?
Yeah, I found that to be really almost kind of. I thought California would straight up run away with this. I would think like every other person in California has an OnlyFans, including the farmers, right? They're 5th with 12.2 people per 100,000 creating content. Colorado's number 4. Let's see. Nevada 1, Colorado 4, Florida is 3, Texas is 8th.
I hear no northern Midwestern states in this mix.
It's mostly west and south. Very few people up there in these states. Like let me the ones you guys were talking about. Jack said West Virginia. They rank 41st. Only about 4 people per 100,000 are producing adult content on OnlyFans.
How about Wisconsin?
Wisconsin, let's go there.
Let's put it in the bag.
Put it in the bag up there.
Let's get in the bag.
Hold on, let me find it up here. Wisconsin.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Hold on one sec. Got to find it first. God, where am I here?
You're in the 3rd most popular state for
You ready? It's 28th.
All right.
That's not that bad,
That's
right?
not bad.
It's weird, but here it is. That's the reason why. It's because Hawaii is number 7. Hawaii number 7. Alaska is in the top 10. Alaska is in the top 10.
Well,
why is that?
Because of industry. What else are you going to do when you live in Alaska and you're trying to make money? If you
that's right.
can't work on the fishing boat, the oil, I mean, there's very limited choices.
And the thing is, it doesn't say what percentage of these people are women or men. It just says content creators. I think that's actually kind of important because I believe you're right there. Like if you're a woman living in Alaska, considering that's like oil, pipeline, mining,
Timber, fishing.
timber, and stuff like that, that's not really a stereotypical female work choice there. So it's kind of weird, but actually it makes perfect sense. I also thought Illinois would be up there, but Illinois actually is number 18.
Not bad.
Yeah, Tennessee is 13. Georgia's number 11. Alabama is number 38. Louisiana is 19. I can't find number 2 here. That's crazy. Maine number 12. Somebody mentioned Maine. Massachusetts 21. So, when you look at the map, it is kind of interesting. There's no rhyme or reason, why this is hot, why it's so hot in the areas. But when you look at the map, the areas coming down from Oregon into California, Nevada, into Arizona, and even into Texas, New Mexico is kind of an outlier. So you go from California into Arizona, you go from 5th to 9th. Texas is 8th, but in between there's New Mexico, and it's 39th.
Whoa.
So why? Isn't that bizarre?
Well, they're too busy, with their crystals and
is that what it is?
Connecting with spirit.
Yep.
They're too busy being hippies.
Yeah, but man, I found this to be quite interesting. And I saw it today this is a Newsweek story. It says, although not a state, D.C. came in 2nd. So Washington, D.C. is second.
Hey, intern got to pay something somehow.
That's right. Some of the highest rent in all the world.
Uh-huh.
The nation's capital was followed by Florida, Colorado, California, Oregon, Texas, Arizona, and Alaska. States with a high number of OnlyFans creators are states where there is limited employment opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
It allows people to tap into alternative sources of potential income. Jack, what would your OnlyFans account be? Yankee stuff?
Something of.
How about instead of Yankees, it's Yank Me?
Oh, yeah.
The Florida Yank Me's.
Yank me.
Stop.
So yank me.
Stop.
I'm trying to think of how that works. Is there anyone else with me on the page?
Yeah,
or
come on,
is
stop.
it a solo
Jack,
dolo?
You have children. Stop it. You have children. Stop it. And believe it or not, they said there's some of these OnlyFans accounts, when you go into some of the states like Utah or whatever, are faith-based. Like their OnlyFans where you log in, it's almost like it would be like a big Zoom call, and you pay to have conferences or conversations, I guess, about I would theoretically Mormonism.
While you undress?
I don't know about while you undress.
I wonder what percentage of the pages are adult content.
I would think it's a lot, buddy. And the thing is, it doesn't say, but the highest paid content creators are that. I mean, they are obviously, that lady Bad Baby, that kid, Cash Me Outside girl. She is the highest paid creator. Oh my God Almighty.
Are you considering a career now as an OnlyFans person?
When he sees what that one phrase and that appearance on Dr. Phil has morphed into this career.
Will you listen to this? Prepare yourself accordingly for this, by the way. According to Bed Bible's recent analysis of OnlyFans earnings, Bad Baby, an American rapper, is the highest paid creator on OnlyFans, with earnings reaching how much? And she has the highest monthly earning in the history of OnlyFans. I'll give you let's do the monthly one. How much do you think she made in just 1 month on OnlyFans?
$800,000.
801.
$3.5 million.
Damn.
In 1 month. How much total?
$150 million.
A little bit lower. $60 million.
Wow.
$59 million for a girl with what leaks probably an 8th grade education. Cardi B and Black China are also major earners. They made $47 and $30 million, $39 million respectively. Bella Thorne, remember her? I think she was a Disney actress, the redhead with the giant boobs.
Yeah.
I think she was on one of the Disney kind of sitcom-y kind of, multiple cast member kind of things, and she kind of stepped out into that adult world. She made $37 million so far. It says only about the top 1% or 0.1% of creators make 87% of the total revenue on the platform.
There you go.
Yep. The vast majority of creators make considerably less. The average creator earns about how much over the total course of their time on the platform? This is terrible. Only about $2,600.
Really?
Yeah, only about $2,600. When you have a name,
dignity costs so much more than that.
When you have a name, you're obviously going to get way more attention for that. And I think part of the Bad Baby thing probably was how young she was. Like, I think, didn't she open that OnlyFans up at 18 years old? I think it was barely 18 years old, I think, when she did that. So, obviously that represents a really odd part of American culture where, she was just barely legal.
There's a magazine like that.
And dudes were tuning in at an alarming rate to see what an 18-year-old had to offer like that. And I don't, have you ever encountered or even heard of what somebody does on one of these? Like if
You're asking Jack to admit that on air?
No, I don't know. When I said, have you ever heard? Have you ever heard of anybody logging in and interacting with an OnlyFans star to see what it was like? Like, is it just, hey, take off your clothes and do this to yourself? Or is it, do they talk a minute? Can I see your boobs? Or
So is that it? Is it a live experience or is it just like...
No, it's a live experience, dog. You log in and they are, from what I understand, they're one-on-one with you. You pay for that time to be with them. That's why I know that when Dre De Matteo, when she did it, I don't know what she did like physically. I don't know if she got nude or wore something sheer or something like that. But I mean, I've never experienced it. I don't know if it's like, you basically, hey, here's my $100 for this hour. I want you to do this.
Is it like the modern Peep Show?
Yeah, it kind of feels like that.
Where the curtain opens up?
Yeah. It kind of feels like that's what it is.
Sticky.
But I don't know, because I know that not all of the accounts are salacious. They're not, they're not all sex based. And I know that you can go in and people will just talk to you. Like lonely guys just log into somebody they think is cute, and they just talk to them for 30 minutes for, $10 or $15 or whatever it is. Loneliness is an epidemic in this country.
By country, almost half of all accounts are right here in the U.S. of the people who use OnlyFans.
Really?
Like the viewers.
Yeah.
And they are 87% male.
Yeah.
And the largest demographic is actually young, 18 to 24.
I bet. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, somebody just texted in and said that Bad Baby doesn't even have nude content on her OnlyFans. And then somebody below that said, I don't think Bad Baby OnlyFans is sexual at all. What would you talk to her about then? She's a dummy. Like, what would you talk to Bad Baby about? I mean, being serious. Like, what conversation would you hold with Bad Baby?
Log on to OnlyFans and let us voyeuristically watch over your shoulder.
I'm not doing it at all. No way.
Come on.
That ain't never getting on my server,
Come
kid.
on. It's
All
here
right.
at work and you're doing it for research.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Signal break. Load them up, guys. It's trivia time. We have some cool stuff to give away. I'll tell you what that is next.
We have a prize. Get on board at 407-916-1041. Jim Colbert Show Trivia is brought to you by Cento Family Moving and Storage. That's CENTO moving.com.
This is Doug Gottlieb. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by MD Now.
Matthew Stafford got his 2-star receivers back and looked like vintage Matthew Stafford taking down Minnesota. He showed yet again when he's healthy and has the right pieces around him, he is a superstar quarterback. The resurgent Rams are now right back in the thick of the NFC race. This is a head coach quarterback league, and McVay and Stafford together are right up near the top. I'm Colin Cowherd.
Coming down with something and don't know what it is? Know now at MD Now. Their physician-led team can test for, diagnose, and treat a variety of illnesses. Just walk in or use their convenient web check-in. Visit mdnow.com and get back to better.
Moments like making my kids my famous meatballs mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that has spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
This is Steve Kramer. Let me tell you a business secret. There are sketch companies out there selling awards. Make sure the awards earned by your lawyer are from respected organizations. At Trenley Kramer Law, our lawyers have been recognized by Orlando Magazine Best Lawyers, Florida Trend Legal Elite, Super Lawyers, and listed in U.S. News as a best law firm for years. We've earned the awards that can't be bought. Trenley Kramer, TK Law, oneFirmForLife.com.
We are connected internationally with relationships in the diamond industry that go back decades, sources all over the world.
International Diamond Center's owner Keith LeClaire explains how IDC always offers to beat anyone else's price on a diamond.
We buy direct from the cutters, we pay cash, and we just don't believe in typical jewelry store markups.
With his background as a wholesaler, Keith says IDC's business model is based on lower margins and higher volume.
We're not here to sell you something for a quick buck.
So it comes down to better sourcing and low markups.
That's why we guarantee the best value price.
If you're buying a diamond, engagement ring, or any fashion jewelry, come experience a refreshing alternative to the typical jewelry experience at IDC.
We're here to offer the right price on every piece of jewelry that you buy from IDC.
Real value from real people.
We'd rather make a little bit and keep you as a customer than make a lot of it and lose you as a customer.
International Diamond Center, all 4 Orlando locations, and online shopidc.com.
How long have you been thinking about going solar? With power bills soaring higher and higher than ever, it's time to think about what you can save instead of what you're spending. Each year you wait, you could be losing thousands. This year alone, prices have jumped over 10%. Isn't it time you own your own power with Solar Source? With over 40 years in business, Solar Source has over 60,000 installations right here in Central Florida. They've had the same phone number since 1984. It's no wonder this company is the one I trust. I started with a pool heater solar, and now I'm thrilled that Solar Source has a pay-as-you-go system. I can save monthly, and it starts at $99. That's solarsource.com/monsters.
Spooky hits, commercial free. That's Halloween radio on the free iHeart app. This spooky station is filled with non-stop Halloween hits. Open the free iHeart app, search Halloween radio, and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
You've got a Pepto predicament, moviegoer.
Hey, I can hear your stomach grumbling.
Sorry, I ate that entire tub of popcorn with extra butter.
You overdid it, and now your movie has turned into a blockbuster bellyache. Undo it with Pepto.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto chewables provide fast 5-symptom relief, so you can focus on the action on the big screen instead of in your stomach. When you overdo it, undo it with Pepto. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Discover the unmatched value at Core Flooring Center in Winter Park, Central Florida's prime spot for wood, waterproof laminate, and vinyl planks. Explore our stunning showroom with hundreds of styles. Visit us today or check out coreflooringfl.com.
It's always a good time for donuts, so indulge in Shipley Donuts. Fresh-made donuts in delicious flavors from classic glaze to the Oreo cookie top treats, crafted with quality ingredients. Catering and online ordering is available. Visit Shipley Donuts, now open in Orlando on South Cimarron Boulevard.
This is trial attorney Jeff Kaufman for the injury law firm Kaufman and Lind. I get a lot of feedback concerning the commercials I do on autism awareness. I don't do this to make my son famous or to make people feel sad for me. It's to spread awareness for parents out there who are in my situation. Please don't think your duties end when you end. These children are going to live a lot longer than we are. Be prepared. Contact us at oneunits.com or dial 407-500-JEFF. That's 407-500-5333. Offices, Orlando.
Cento Family Moving and Storage is Central Florida's trusted source for local and long-distance moving. From packing to delivery, Cento Moving is fully licensed and insured to provide you a seamless moving experience so you can enjoy your new home in no time. Get a quote today at centomoving.com. Forget the stress, move with the best.
This is the Jim Colbert Show on Facebook, Instagram, X, and YouTube, and right here on Real Radio 104.1.
Is there a no peanut policy on the bus? No. Damn it, man.
Oh, what I do, Colbert Carrillo. No. Your favorite tea bag in Rockledge. Just got off of work, and yes, this is actually what I sound like when I'm sober. So, now it is time to go into the store, buy multitudes of beer, and change that fact. Have a good show.
Thanks. Thanks, Steve.
So it's ironic because the objective, of course, with saying holiday instead of Christmas is to be inclusive of all faiths that have holidays around that time of year. But what they end up doing is actually excluding Christians with being able to say Christmas. We should just call all the holidays what they are at that time of the year. If you're throwing a party, which is interfaith and all different faiths are going to be in there, then yeah, you can call that a holiday party because it's plural. But let everyone have their own holiday and say it.
Yeah, man. Our thing here is the holiday party. We don't call it the Christmas party.
Because Jews are welcome.
Oh, yeah, they have to.
No matter how much that bugs you, Jimmy.
They're fine, Jack. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Welcome back. I'm Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack has the Jackie sack. Let's get it.
All aboard.
Chugga, chugga.
Choo-choo.
Clickety-clack, clickety-clack.
All right, couple of prizes we have left for this Friday edition of the Jackie Sack and Jim Colbert Trivia. First up is a pair of GA tickets for the Orlando Beer Festival. That's happening a week from tomorrow, November 2nd, at Festival Park, in the Milk District.
Mm-hmm.
This is a big beer festival.
The giant.
2 to 5 p.m. VIPs can actually get in an hour early. So get your tickets now. If you want to get them, you go to OrlandoBeerFestival.com. The 9th annual Orlando Beer Festival. As I mentioned, the largest one in Orlando. Hundreds of varieties of beer, cider, seltzer, spirits, cocktails, and more. Again, OrlandoBeerFestival.com for more.
Perfect.
That's only one prize. The other prize, you just might choose. How about tickets to see Orlando City this Sunday night at Inter and Coast Stadium as they take on Charlotte in Game 1 of Round 1 of the MLS playoffs. The 2024 MLS regular season has ended, and it is time for the playoffs, baby. It's a best-of-3 first-round series, so it's Sunday night here, Friday night in Charlotte, and then if Game 3 is necessary, that is back here as well. All right, so this is 2 tickets, soccer, Sunday night, October 27th at 7:30, and that's presented by Orlando Health.
There you go.
And that's the Jackie Sack.
Which is brought to you by Cento Family Moving and Storage. Congratulations, you've just sold the house. Now what do? You call Cento Family Moving and Storage because they have fully trained expert moving crews that are adept in packing your things, handling your furniture, safe driving, customer service, and so much more. Speaking of more, if you mention the Jim Colbert Show, he's going to get you a discount. Book them today at CentoMoving.com. That's CENTO. Moving.com. Picking at your beer, clickety-clack, back to you.
Thank you, Deborah.
Sure.
Jack, who's first?
Justin.
Let's go Justin right up top. Justin, how you doing?
I'm doing all right, Jim. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Would you like to play a little game with us?
Yes, sir.
Let's do it, buddy.
Game show.
No, we're not.
All right, Justin, this is a really easy game, buddy. Got a question here for you. 4 answers. One of these answers is untrue. It's a lie.
No.
But if you can find it, buddy, I'll send you over to the Jackie Sack, and of course, you can pick out something cool for yourself in there. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Here we go, buddy. On this day in 1957, Nancy Cartwright, actor best known for providing the voice of Bart Simpson, was born on this day.
Wow.
That's right. Here are 3 fun facts about The Simpsons and one long run of a lie. Here we go. Talking about The Simpsons, buddy. Which one of these is untrue? Number 1, the phone number at Moe's Bar has one too many digits, and it spells out the word Smithers. Number 2, the Spanish version of the show, Homer's "don't" is translated as "ouch." Number 3, Bart's famous song "Do the Bartman" was co-written by Lenny Kravitz.
Nice.
Or lastly, Homer Simpson is the most downloaded satellite navigation voice out there. Which of those is a lie?
Oh, number 3, Jim.
Number 3?
Yep.
That's the one, buddy. You win.
Yeah.
Number 3.
I tried to go back to the... Hey, why'd you choose that?
Yeah,
there you go. That's enough. I know. It's the same thing. The funny thing is, I'm going to keep trying until I prove it wrong. I'm going to keep doing it until I prove it wrong.
Wait, you're going to keep making it number 3?
By the way, yeah, I am. I don't care.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
what are you trying to prove wrong?
I'm trying to prove myself wrong, that this isn't right. But it's so unbelievable how accurate that scientific test is. If somebody doesn't know the answer, and by the way, this works for 1 through 10. Not just 1 through 4 or 5.
Oh, really?
If you give somebody a choice of 1 through 10 and they do not know the answer, like 70% of the time they will choose number 3.
Wow.
It is the craziest thing, but it's every single time they choose number 3. Now, that is the right answer, but it was co-written by a famous person. Who do you think the song was co-written by?
Danny Elfman.
Elton John.
Michael Jackson.
Damn.
Michael Jackson was a massive Simpsons fan, and he co-wrote the song "Do the Bartman."
Damn.
How crazy is that? The phone number at Moe's Bar does have one too many digits, and it spells out the word Smithers. Number 2, in the Spanish version of the show, Homer's "don't." That is translated to "ouch." Bart's famous song was co-written by Michael Jackson, and Homer Simpson is the most downloaded satellite navigation voice. And I have to tell you, I chose that because I think most people would have thought it was
Morgan Freeman.
Nope. Well, that is one.
Samuel L. Jackson.
That's one as well.
Oh.
Snoop.
Yes,
Snoop Dogg's voice, when they put it on there, went absolutely crazy. But Jack's right. Morgan Freeman, I believe, until I read this, I thought was the number 1 downloaded voice for navigation.
There's a voice I've been wanting. I'm going to have to go do a little Google.
Very nice. Okay, some other things you may not know about The Simpsons before we get to the top of the hour. I'm on a bad run, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, on a good run for giving stuff away, a bad run for making it fun for everybody else who calls in.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever been worse because not only
it's so bad.
are you getting picked on the first one, but it's also number 3 after you tried your whole...
3 times this week I tried it.
Yeah, I know.
3 times this week I tried to swerve
burned every time.
Every single time. And can I tell you what the funny thing is?
What?
The time that they didn't get it right, I only had one time this week that they didn't pick it on the first try, and I didn't make it number. They picked 3. If you go back and listen, Bart's the sucking sound made by Maggie the baby,
right,
is actually the show's creator, Matt Groening.
Really?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Bart's locker combination is a tribute to a Commodore song. Which one?
It's got to be September 21st.
No, the Commodore.
Oh, sorry.
Brick House.
That's right. There you go.
Brick House?
36, 24, 36. Bart's combination is 34, 26, 34, which is also the Commodore's perfect measurements for a woman.
Right, Brick House.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. In the Arab version of the show, Homer's name is Omar, and he drinks soda instead of Duff beer. And then The Simpsons holds a Guinness World Record. I mean, a number of them, actually, but the one that's pretty impressive
Longest running TV series.
That's not it. It does have something to do with the show. Do you know it?
No.
The most guest stars ever on one show.
Oh, wow. Wouldn't have guessed that.
The Simpsons holds the Guinness World Record for the most guest stars on a TV show in history. And there have been a ton.
There have.
And that's another one
and
of those
my wife has been one of them.
Really?
Yeah. I've told this story before.
You haven't told it to me.
She sang on an episode
that's right.
of The Simpsons.
Yeah, but how did it come up again?
So it was I think the NSYNC or Backstreet Boys. It was the boy band, and it was either NSYNC or the Backstreet Boys. I think it was NSYNC, right? Mm-hmm. And it was, so it was the boy band episode, but it turns out it was a subliminal message to join the Navy.
Oh, that's so funny.
And she was singing, and so they used her voice, but it was like a harem girl singing, Yvonne Navage. Yeah, that's join the Navy backwards.
Oh, that's so funny.
Right?
So how did she get that? Did she audition for that?
She knew someone who, they needed a singer, and he's like, and people in the business here, and someone said, I have someone who can do that. She sang it multiple times, and they used that in The Simpsons.
Unbelievable, man. That's crazy. I'd have never guessed that in a million years.
The clip. Yeah.
I'll be damned. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Back in a second with more of the Jim Colbert Show.
Your chance to win tickets to see the Tampa Bay Buccaneers all season long on our Instagram at Real Radio 1041.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Lowest prices on the highest quality jewelry. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Heavy traffic continues on I-4 this afternoon, east and westbound, where a crash currently blocks the shoulder. Westbound on the interstate near 535. Another crash blocks the eastbound left lane on I-4 at South Street. If you see other traffic problems this afternoon in the Orlando area, make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey guys, here in Central Florida, it's so important that your AC company works perfectly, or AC works for you perfectly every time, and that's why I suggest Mills Air. These guys are awesome. Everybody here on the show has had a wonderful experience with Mills Air, and the reason why is because they do it right. They do it with integrity, and they give you a great price while doing it. And they've been doing it for a while, 30-plus years of experience here in Central Florida, keeping you nice and cool. And their techs know these brands inside out, which is great. And they're also very courteous people. And Mills Air is a Carrier Factory authorized dealer. That means up to $1,275 in rebates towards a brand new Carrier unit. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier, guys, and you can always turn to family-owned and operated Mills Air. Call these guys today, schedule that appointment, make sure your AC's in good shape, make sure your heater's in good shape for the winter coming up. It's 407-277-1159. Online, millsair.com.
What's the best place to reach new customers for your business? Wherever they are. And that's exactly where you can be with iHeartMedia. We talk to our listeners everywhere, from the car to the gym to the kitchen. Your next customer is listening. And not only can we get your message to your audience, we can also show you how it's working in real time. That goes for broad brand messaging and targeted hyperlocal influencer campaigns alike. Start growing your business today. Dial pound 250 and say great results. That's pound 250, say great results.
Oh, I talked earlier about your home. For most of us, the home being the biggest thing and most expensive thing we are going to purchase in our lifetime. So when it comes time to buying or selling your home, you want someone you can trust, someone on your side, and that's why you should check out EliteAgents.house today. Free service, because in today's real estate market, with all the new regulations, you want an agent you can trust. So work with one that works with you. Whether you're selling or buying, EliteAgents.house will connect you with top-tier agents that have the experience to get you the best deal. This is a free service that matches you with agents known for achievement, results, and trustworthiness. With years of experience, the agents ensure a stress-free and enjoyable process. Find an agent that works for you. EliteAgents.house.
All 2024s must go. It's the model year-end event at Sutherland Nissan Orlando. New 2024 Nissans from $18,900. Make no payments till 2025 and 0% interest at Sutherland Nissan Orlando, home of the lifetime warranty. VIN number RL897631. MSRP 20050. VIN number 5104975 plus tax and fees and approved credit.
Whitney Cummings presents the Big Baby Tour 2024.
I'm sorry that the appropriate age for women to get pregnant in the medical community is at prom in a toilet.
Hard Rock Live, Friday, November 15th. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
Hey, it's that mortgage guy, Don. Good news, mortgage rates have improved again this week. Get your quote for a refinance to lower payments or get cash out at thatmortgageguyDon.com.
Get your lawn ready for fall with help from Tools Ace Hardware and Steel Outdoor Power Equipment. Stop by one of Tools' 11 Steel locations with service and repair centers for a tune-up on your equipment. Or take advantage of fall savings on blowers, trimmers, and more. Right now, save $50 on the gas-powered MS250 chainsaw or the battery-powered BGA 57 handheld blower. At Tools, we service what we sell, which means you can bring in your Steel Outdoor Power Equipment to one of our 11 locations for any repairs or warranty issues. Tools is here to help with 13 locations in Central Florida. Visit ToolsAceHardware.com to find a location near you. Tools Ace Hardware, your local helpful place.
If you're the victim of a car crash, never rush to settle with the insurance companies and never settle for just any attorney. Demand Anajar and Levine. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In Office Orlando. Hey, welcome to Total Wireless. How can I help you?
Oh, my phone is panicking. It thinks I'm trading it in.
No worries. At Total Wireless, you get 50% off the Total 5G Unlimited plan when you keep your phone.
Really? 50% off and I get to keep my phone? Wow.
Yep, that's as low as $25 per month for one line when you sign up for AutoPay.
Visit your Total Wireless store today. Restrictions apply. Compatible device required. Available exclusively online and in Total Wireless retail stores.
Frank Gay Services has something cool for you. Keep your AC running smoothly with our expert service. Experienced, professional, friendly, and speedy care that earned us thousands of 5-star reviews. That's the Frank Gay way. Visit FrankGayServices.com or call for details.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it! Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
This Earful of Real Radio is sponsored by Wassey's Meat Market, the best place to buy a big green egg.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because your case matters. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Real Radio has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, money, M-O-N-E-Y, money. Enter it now on our website, realradio.fm. Good luck.
Want more from the Jim Colbert Show? Online at JimColbertLive.com.
So let me get this right. Jack gets the movie Contact, and Naomi gets The Simpsons. Is there a problem? Or is that really cool anyway? I don't know. But that's pretty cool no matter which way you cut it.
Jackie boy, I'm disappointed.
Where was the buzzer when Jimmy was trying to say Neiman Marcus? Ring him up.
So, Jack, what is the World Series du jour? Before or during the game?
I don't get that. 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Your 6 o'clock keyword is money, M-O-N-E-Y. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your shot at $1,000, guys. Money will do it. That is your keyword. Welcome back. I am Jim. There's Deb. Jack is here as well. Yes, sir. What do you have to say?
I got to close out this OnlyFans tab first. I was going to go to New Hope for Kids. I was wondering, is there still time to get tickets to try and win the BMW?
Yeah, there is. Actually, if you go to New Hope to... Oh, God, man. If you go to newhopeforkids.org, you can see the QR code. If you just scan that, you can buy your tickets. They're $100 a piece, or you can get 2 for $150. So that obviously drops the price by $25 a piece. And I don't know that they limit how many you want to buy.
I think they do. I think it's only 2.
Oh, really?
Per person.
Okay,
yeah.
good. So
because it's a total of 2,000 sold and no more.
Right, yeah. The 2,000 tickets is it. And I know that I think we were at... when they came in to talk about it earlier this week, I believe we're at like 1,400 sales already. So they're probably getting pretty thin. So again, if you want to do that, it is a brand new BMW.
I was going to say, let's see, $100, brand new BMW.
Yeah, not a bad deal.
It's a good bargain.
Not a bad deal. But again, it's newhopeforkids.org. And you could get your tickets. It's $100 a piece or $150 for 2. And I think they do it up until damn near the time they do the drawing, which will be tonight at 9:30.
Online, it's closed, so I think it's only going to be at the event now.
Okay, there you go. Yeah. Okay, good. So, I'll make that phone call tonight at 9:30. I was just looking at the schedule. I will give somebody a car in 3.5 hours.
I'm very happy.
Cool.
I walked in after you were done changing.
Yeah. I changed in the other room over there. You're fine.
Good. Okay.
Yeah, I went over to the...
other studio with cameras?
Yeah, the other studio. I actually double-checked everything before I did that.
If anyone watched the show from the start, you've had several costume changes today.
Yeah, I had sweater on, no sweater on, and now I'm almost all-way dressed for the gig tonight. I had to go buy some clothes today.
Oh, put on some weight, did you?
No, I got to tell you, no, you know what? The funny thing is I've lost weight. But I did get a little reminder. Because you guys, when you shop for clothes, do you buy new clothes ever, Jack?
Yes, occasionally, once every 10 years.
Where do you go, though? Like, are you a Macy's shopper or something like that?
No. Last time I bought new clothes, I think it was at Nordstrom Rack.
That's exactly where I got these from today.
Yeah.
Well, so some of these makers, though, you got to be careful because, like, I wear 36 in jeans.
Right.
I do not wear 36 in dress clothes. And I got that reminder in the dressing room today when I pulled on a pair of 36s.
Yeah.
And they made it just on the other side of my knee. That's about when they stopped. That's when they went, no, sir, no. So I have on 38s today, and I'm pulling those efforts tight. So we'll see how that goes today. Jack, I know we've talked about this, and Deb, you as well. Have you ever had a friend that that something happened and you just got ghosted? There's a story out today. It's kind of interesting. James Franco, remember the actor James Franco?
Yeah.
Who went through it, I think, in 2018, 2019. It was, I don't know if the word's busted, accused of, and wound up settling with a number of young ladies who came through his acting class that he obviously maybe had some different ideas about their acting careers.
Oh.
Yeah. I think it was that guy for a while. If you'll notice, you haven't seen him in a minute.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, you haven't seen him in a little while. I don't know if he got the full-blown cancel. I don't think he got Weinsteined, but I don't think it was far from that. Like I said, he in 2019 he settled a lawsuit challenging that he had sexually exploited young women who took his acting class, and it became a real stanky thing. And you got to remember, he ran with a number of guys. What was his best friend? Remember that? Seth Rogen?
Yes.
Like in all of the Jonah Hill and that whole crew,
right.
His brother Dave, all those guys were like this posse of guys in Hollywood that were making all these kind of crass, funny movies there for about maybe 5 years. They did a bunch of them. Well, his thing today is that Seth Rogen just stopped talking to him, just ghosted him, did not hang out. Once that thing happened, Seth Rogen made the choice to not be around Franco anymore.
Yeah.
And it's kind of interesting that came up as a major story anywhere. Like you just losing a friend is a major story. Have you guys ever experienced like that? Had a friend that did something so egregious that you just basically stopped talking to them? Like you
No.
didn't support them in any way, shape, or form. I mean, look, it was pretty. And here's he couldn't have done this at the worst time, right? Like this is when the Weinstein stuff was breaking,
Right.
Post that, so Hollywood was like very vigilant, kind of
Insensitive.
flushing these guys out who had been doing this, for years, taking advantage of young women coming to Hollywood, looking for that starlet experience and willing to do some stuff maybe out of the bounds, but maybe not like this. And then Franco, and apparently it was pretty gross. How blatant Franco was about the whole thing here, if I remember right. Like, gross enough where you lose a friend over it. His best friend. They were best.
And that's got to be pretty gross.
They were best friends for 20 years.
Wow.
They were, and I have to tell you,
That's got to be a POS.
I have a scenario like this, but it really is not like this at all in the sense that nothing bad happened. Well, something bad happened, but it wasn't like malicious. But I had a friend for many years. He was my closest friend. He was a great guy. Went to high school. We were great buddies. After I moved down here, we still stayed in touch. I'd go back up and we'd hang out and stuff. He got married to a wonderful woman, but his wife, unfortunately, passed at a really young age. She passed away in her early 30s, if I remember right, maybe mid 30s. Just had a heart attack out of nowhere and passed away. In great shape. She was a runner. Like there was no indication she had bad health at all or anything. She sneezed while doing a photo shoot and passed away. Wow. I mean, it was the person that they were doing the photo shoot with said it was like somebody turned off a switch. She sneezed and it was like somebody just hit the power button. She just collapsed and never regained consciousness. But since that day, I was very supportive, but slowly but surely, for some reason, and again, I can chalk it up to that, and I don't know why, because I was very persistent about our friendship. Man, it just kind of like I got ghosted.
Really?
It was just one of those things where he just kind of, I think it was almost like he just simply didn't want any reminder of that time because we would hang out sometimes.
Right.
And his wife was very cool to me. I was going through some tough times at one point. I would go down there and go up there and hang out, and she was very instrumental in helping me through a difficult time in my life.
You just unfortunately reminded him of that.
I think maybe that's the case, Deb, and we haven't spoken in years. We haven't spoken, and we were best friends since 7th grade.
Oh, that hits hard.
And we haven't spoken for years. And then, and I just looked at his Facebook the other day, and, he's still kicking along and everything, but, no response, no contact, no nothing. I've emailed him and texted him a number of times. I've called, no pickup, no nothing. And I don't know what happened. And I wasn't even like, I don't even know what to say about it. I mean, it just ended, he just kind of stopped talking to me.
Well, you were that reminder. Unfortunately, you don't have to do anything wrong. You're just always going to be that reminder of hanging out with them.
Yeah, maybe so. I don't know.
But still, you'd think a friend from 7th grade who was there before that relationship would be able to withstand it. But
for something like this, though, let me tell you, I don't have that gear where I feel like I have people in my life like Code Black. I would get Code Black's back every day of the week about stuff. Every day of the week. But when it comes to certain things, there's no back you get. I mean, you just have to protect yourself at that point, right? You can't have association with somebody who does not consider people around them when they do really stupid stuff. Code Black's done none of that. But, even if you have a very close friend and they do something really outrageous, and sometimes they'll expect you to be cool with them.
Right.
I don't have that gear. I do have loyalty, but I don't have that thing where when you put everybody around you in danger maliciously with no thought of how it's going to affect the people around you, I don't really.
Yeah, or if you cross a moral line.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I do not subscribe to that. I am not going to get your back like that. And I saw a case yesterday. I was watching just like Forensic Files or something, and this sheriff had to turn his own daughter in for murder.
Oh.
Yeah, she got into a throuple scenario.
Oh, yeah.
And those always end well. And just like you thought, I mean, 2 of the thruples didn't want the other girl around anymore. But rather than just haul ass, they took her out. And she took another person out as well in the context of doing that. And her dad is the sheriff. And I think it was not here in Florida, another state, but she would brag about like, oh, yeah, if we ever get in trouble, my dad can take care of this. My dad can take care of that. And he was the one who turned her in. He actually turned her in for murder. And I will tell you, I would do the same thing. I wouldn't even think twice about it. If my kid killed somebody maliciously with malicious intent, a first-degree murder scenario, I wouldn't even think twice about it. I do not. We do not roll like that. I'm not protecting you. I'm not putting the rest of the family in jeopardy because of you.
Is this a warning to your kids right now?
No, this is not that. I just, the thing is, I mean, you feel the same way, do you?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, look. Here's the thing.
It always astounds me, though, those parents who say they do love their children unconditionally, even though they're in prison for something.
But I think when there is a little ambiguity, when there is a little uncertainty, you are going to go to great lengths to cross that gap.
Yeah.
You know, whether, I don't know, was it Brian Laundrie and
Yes.
his mom?
Yep.
You know, I'm wondering what he told her about the missing girl or the girl he killed.
Yeah, Gabby.
Gabby Petito.
Yeah, that where she supported him, because some parents will do that to say, hey, listen, you know, you're my only kid or whatever. I'm going to do what I can to protect you.
Yeah.
And I think some people definitely go in the other direction, but I think others are just really willing to believe a really outlandish story so they don't have to accept the fact that it might have been something as gruesome as first-degree murder.
Right, and with them raising that child, like, parents really take that personally. Like, if your kids go out there and do something embarrassing, and with your last name, you think to yourself, what did I do wrong?
Right.
What did I do to make you think like this? Like, this was fine.
Well, in that movie, we need to talk about Kevin.
Oh God.
It ends up that the mom ends up moving very close to the prison where he's, spoiler alert, where he's incarcerated, and people are like, why? After everything he's done and said about you and put you through, why? And she's like,
he's my
mother's
son.
like, he's my son.
Yeah, I have a situation. I know of a situation like that where the son had been incarcerated since they were teenagers.
Right.
Off and on since they were teenagers, and now they're incarcerated for the remainder of their life. And that mother never stopped contacting her son, never stopped talking to him, never stopped doing any of that, and it's just how it is, and I guess there's an argument to be made that some people are just wired wrong.
Right.
I know that sounds so rudimentary, but they're just wired wrong. They just don't think right. They just came out of the womb with a short, and I think that's what happens. Just moms go, hey, look, this is nothing I did because my daughter's fine.
Right.
My other brother's fine. Our son's fine. It's just this one went crazy. So, anyway, I just saw that story today, and I was like, man, that's exactly how you should handle that. Somebody puts yourself in jeopardy. I mean, just by association, you got to step away from that, man.
Unless you want to go down that rabbit hole with them.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show.
Coming up tonight on Real Radio, at 7, it's a corporate time with Tom and Dan, brought to you by MyEternalVitality.com and Modern Plumbing Industries. At 8 p.m., it's Bungalower and the Bus. And at 9, we all find out what the hell Angel is listening to tonight on Real Radio 104.1.
Accident activity continues to cause delays westbound on I-4, where a crash still blocks the shoulder near the 535 exit. Another accident has been reported eastbound on the interstate, blocking the left lane at South Street. Looking at a crash southbound on the Greenway, blocking the left shoulder near the John Young Parkway toll plaza. If you run into traffic problems today, make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Blindster is a family-run business that began in 2010, and we've sold millions of custom blinds, shades, and shutters and received over 100,000 five-star reviews. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
Guys, not that big of a secret that the real estate market is changing and booming right now more than a long time. And with your home being your most valuable asset, that's why you need a real estate company that's always one step ahead of the market, whether you're buying or selling. That's the Nickley Group. That's what they do. They sell homes on average for about 6% more than their competitors. And even better, they sell those twice as fast as well. That's more money in your pocket faster. Also, clients on average save about $24,000 when they purchase a home using the Nickley Group. And with interest rates lower, and they've been a long time, guys, your buying power now, thousands of dollars better than it was just a year ago, saving hundreds of dollars on your mortgage or giving you more buying power. September set the record for the highest average sales price in Central Florida. So what I'm saying is the value of homes in Central Florida is still there. So don't sleep on their website either, man. A lot of stuff you can do over there. You can get a guaranteed cash offer on your home. That means no showings, no open houses, and you can close that deal in 14 days. Get your home valued instantly using current market data or list your house on the market. Do all that at thenicklygroup.com. You can also download their free buyer's guide. It is absolutely stacked with useful information about the home buying and selling process. It's thenicklygroup.com. That's NICKLEY group.com.
Hey.
If you missed our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Las Vegas, make some noise!
Watch the best moments exclusively on Hulu right now.
All right, you guys are out for a party, I can tell.
See the biggest festival headliners from around the world assembled on one stage on one show.
This iHeart energy is so incredible. See it all at our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Streaming only on Hulu right now.
Guys, are your energy costs through the roof? Maybe it's time to replace those single-pane aluminum windows with the most energy-efficient option out there. Keep that heat outside during the summer, but keep it inside during the winter. And if too much outside noise is getting inside your house, let me stop you right there. If you replace with those older windows and doors with laminated insulated glass from FAS, it can provide as much as 100% improvement. I can vouch for that twice. 2 of my houses went through this, and I will tell you, it is an amazing difference. It really is. Keep that outside noise exactly where it belongs. That is outside. They also have rebates, $100 per window, $200 per door going on right now, and even have financing as well. 24-month, no money down, no payment, and no interest financing is waiting on you as we speak. So for that completely free in-home consultation, it's easy. Just call FAS or visit them online. TrustTheLeaderFAS.com.
I guess, going into International Diamond Center and them getting to know me personally and finding out that I am a nurse, a first responder, they offered a gracious discount, so definitely helped with my purchase.
Meet Crystal Caban, Air Force veteran and now critical care nurse. She's happily wearing several pieces of jewelry from IDC.
Knowing that I'm not coming in to spend a lot of money, just knowing that they're supportive with the first responders and getting a discount really helped entice me in making my purchase.
At IDC, we roll out the red carpet for heroes in uniform like Crystal every day, with personalized service and a 15% discount over and above IDC's everyday unbeatable price.
I felt so warmed and welcomed, and that's just what kept us coming back again and again.
Are you a first-time responder or veteran? Join Crystal and countless others who've made International Diamond Center their home for jewelry.
Hi, I'm Crystal Caban. I would highly recommend International Diamond Center to any first responder.
International Diamond Center.
They will absolutely take care of you. I promise you that.
3 convenient Orlando locations.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment change-outs and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
Marijuana is scientifically proven to be safer than alcohol, but casual marijuana users are treated like dangerous criminals. It's time for a change, and law enforcement officers across Florida agree. Here's Bradford County Sheriff Gordon Smith with more.
Using marijuana doesn't make you a bad person, and it's time we stop ruining lives over it. I'm a Republican sheriff, and I'm voting yes on Amendment 3 for safe, tested, regulated marijuana for adults. Amendment 3 will get marijuana laced with Chinese fentanyl off our streets and save countless Florida lives. With more funding for law enforcement to crack down on the real criminal, it's time. Vote yes on Amendment 3.
Amendment 3, legal marijuana for adults, safe, regulated, lab tested, and from a store, not the street. Get the facts at yeson3.com.
Paid political advertisement paid for by Smart and Save Florida, 1400 Village Square Boulevard, Suite number 3321, Tallahassee, Florida 32312.
Mommy, want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with Dayquil VapoCool. It's Dayquil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is Dayquil VapoCool.
Dayquil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
I'm Rebecca. I was injured in a car accident and hired one of the big TV law firms. They sent me to an injury clinic that I felt just wanted to make money off me. I needed an attorney and doctors who cared about me. I called attorney Glenn Klausman, and he helped me get the best doctors who really helped me. I was extremely pleased with my settlement. He also got me $10,000 for vet bills for my dog that was injured in the accident, and he did that for free. Call attorney Glenn Klausman at 407-917-1718. Glenn Klausman, Office, Winter Park.
2025s are here. It's the Model Year End event at Sutherland Nissan Orlando. Check out the bold and colorful new 2025 Kicks or used cars from $8,968. And your credit problems are no problem at Sutherland Nissan Orlando, home of the lifetime warranty. Plus tax and fees with approved credit.
This earful of Real Radio is sponsored by Rebath.com.
Tyler, the Creator. Chromacopia, the World Tour. Special guest, Paris, Texas. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at chromacopia.com. Don't miss Tyler, the Creator.
Chromacopia.
Miss part of the show? The Jim Colbert Show on Demand. Available on the free iHeartRadio app.
Hey, Colbert crew. With regard to people going to the voting booth and voting differently than what they had publicly expressed, I wonder how many women are not able to vote how they might want to because they have a dominating or domineering husband, and especially if they have mail-in ballots, they can't go into the booth and do that secretly. They may have their husband watching over their shoulder and monitoring that.
That's a good
Ms.
point.
Colbert, have you ever considered doing a cooking OnlyFans? You'd only have to add a tad bit of sexiness.
Happy Friday, Jim Colbert and Company's Concrete Mike. Talking about stopping talking to people because of something they've done in their life and a decision they've made. I have not spoke to my little brother in years.
Oh, man.
Because he abandoned his daughter and then went off with another woman.
Oh, man.
Started a new family, had another kid, and is the perfect dad for them. But yeah, I don't support that.
Unbelievable.
That's tough.
Yeah, that is tough. That's very tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to be a part of that. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. 6 o'clock keyword is money, M-O-N-E-Y. Go to realradio.fm and send that away for your chance at $1,000. Welcome back. I'm Jim. There's Deb.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
Looking awfully spiffy, Mr. Colbert.
Thank you, friend.
I have one more thing to add. I have one last entry for our Bucks Bus, our final pair of tickets to the Bucks Bus, and then in the next segment, we will judge the finalists. So, if you will, here we go.
Colbert crew, this ain't AI. I thought this up on my ride. Baker Mayfield and Rashad White give Tampa Bay all the might. Bucky Irving and Sean Tucker make the Falcons look like suckers. As we watch Atlanta lose, we shall celebrate while drinking booze.
Yeah, baby. Not bad at all.
There, yeah, we go. There
Not
we go.
bad at all. Man. I just saw an announcement on regarding Netflix that I like. By the way, just real quick. Have we talked about politics in the 6 o'clock hour?
No, we didn't.
What's that guy saying?
I even responded to that.
Yeah.
You talked in the 3 o'clock hour, and then you mentioned something yesterday about politics. But
we talk. That's the last thing we usually talk about, and I only brought it up in the context of a Joe Rogan interview.
Yeah, correct. And the question was, will it affect Joe Rogan?
Right. That was the. I mean,
and the thing, and this is one person complaining on the text service, just one person. And the thing I mentioned earlier today is witnessing from 1998 all the presidential elections, 2004, 8, 12, 16, 20, and now, and the change in the interaction with the listeners and how hypersensitive in the past 8 years they've gotten, where if they hear anything that they don't like, they have to, they can't hold that I'm forgetting the term for it, but being able to hold, opposing ideas and discuss that kind of went out the window over the past 8 years. It
wasn't even an idea. I was simply asking, Joe Rogan has agreed to interview Donald Trump, something he said 2 years ago that he would not do, quote unquote, do not want to hurt or don't want to help him in any way, shape, or form. You can find that quote. He said it. I didn't.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden now he's having him on. I think it's interesting because I think Rogan has more to lose than Trump does if Rogan holds him to the fire on some of the things he said in the past that obviously have problems with truth. That's all I said. That's it. Didn't say anything about about nothing. That's unbelievable, man.
Yeah.
It's really irritating. Here's the sense, because politics are such a big part of the culture right now. Of course, in a couple weeks it'll still be there because of the aftermath. But in reality, we talk about it as little as possible. And by the way, we know other broadcasters talk about it all the time. And, and we don't talk about it at all, never. We don't bring it up. I have dissenting opinions on this show. Other shows that do this do not have dissenting opinions. They just kind of blabber and say whatever they want out into the ether. True, not true, conspiratorial, not conspiratorial, whatever. They just spit it out there. And no dissenting opinions. Just everybody just goes right along.
And if that is something that you agree with, you're like, okay,
there you go.
Let's go.
That's right. So Netflix has announced a second season for a show that I absolutely loved. But I don't know how they're going to pull this off. They have a major actor in there. Actually, 2 baller actors signing up for this next season of this.
Is it Troppo?
It's not Troppo. I haven't finished Troppo yet.
Okay.
I watched this entire show, and we talked about this a couple years ago.
I know what show you're talking about, and I never got through the first episode.
What?
And I hear nothing but great things about it.
Oh, dude, it is.
All right, what show? What show?
Unbelievably good.
Beef.
Beef is the answer. Ali Wong and Steven Yin.
Oh yes, about the road rage thing.
Yeah, the road rage thing, and it turns into this. It turns into this weird
cat and mouse kind of thing.
Vengeance kind of thing. It was funny
and won many Emmys.
It was a thriller. It was funny. It was well written. The plot twists were not corny. They were great.
Jack, was it the anger and the road rage that turned you off to it? Because that's something Jimmy and I live.
It was something. My wife and I were watching it, and she was not enjoying it. Maybe we could try again. I don't know.
You should. I'm telling you, it's great.
I hear even the story I read about it billed it as one of the perfect shows on Netflix.
Yeah,
they described it as a perfect show.
And you wouldn't think it. Like, you would not think that a show that is based on an incident, a singular road rage incident, could turn into a show that's that good. It is incredibly good. And I actually kind of rare in the sense that both the leads are Asian American.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
Ali Wong and Steven Yin. Steven Yin is from Walking Dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Ali Wong is a stand-up.
Yeah.
Actually dating Bill
Hader.
Bill Hader right now. But so
yeah,
did you
was
see
that comedy special derailed that marriage?
Yeah. Did you see who's going to be on the show?
I did, and now I'm blanking on it.
Oscar Isaac.
That's it. Yeah.
Oscar Isaac.
I like him too.
He's great. Dude.
I didn't. The other name I don't remember.
Carrie Mulligan. Carrie Mulligan or whatever.
She was in. The name sounds familiar.
I cannot remember what she's in either, but I saw a picture of her and I recognized her immediately.
Oh, okay, yeah, I recognize Oscar Isaac.
Yeah, he was.
What was the other name you gave us?
Carrie Mulligan.
Carrie Mulligan. Oscar Isaac was in a movie called La Machina?
La Machina.
Yeah.
So good, that movie.
That's a crazy, interesting movie as well. That's like pre-robot stuff, and it's robot stuff. Yeah, so it's a real interesting story there. But Oscar Isaac, I guess the whole thing is going to be they play a young couple who witnessed their boss, Oscar Isaac, and his wife have a beef. And then it kind of goes off into there. The beef forces the couple to take sides, and then off we go into a usually 8 or 10 series, episode series, which was so good. If you didn't get a chance.
When did they say when it's supposed to come out?
It does not say that, actually. It just said they signed up for the second season. It will have 8 half-hour episodes. It has not yet announced the premiere date.
Oh, and Carrie Mulligan, accredited Academy Award nominee for Best Performance by an Actress in the Leading Role for Maestro. Did you see Maestro?
I did not. That's the story of
Leonard Bernstein?
Yeah, I think so. I think it is Leonard Bernstein, because that's the Bradley Cooper thing.
It's Bradley Cooper, right?
Yeah. Leonard Bernstein is the answer. Right, exactly. And that's the one that Bradley Cooper spent.
And he directed it.
Yeah, and he spent 6 years studying Leonard Bernstein to kind of find out his mannerisms and all the people around him, what it was like.
Very close to his family after the fact.
That's right, completely immersed into this. And
wore the prosthetic nose, which of course was controversial.
Right, yeah, that's right.
But when you're trying to look like a specific person,
then you got to do your best to look like a specific person. Come on, people.
Came out about a year ago, and it did quite well. He didn't. I don't think he got the nomination he was looking for on that. I don't think he won. But a lot of people were tripping out on how good the movie was and how committed he was to the role. But I'm really interested in Beef. That second season has got to be good. The first season was amazing. We loved it. I mean, it was from scene one, it was great. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Money, by the way, is your 6 o'clock keyword. That's MONEY. Go to realradio.fm and send that off for your chance at $1,000. And guys, don't forget, we did have a couple seats open up for the Sip and Savor event tomorrow night at Harry's. 3 couples did cancel, so if you want to hop in there and you didn't get a chance when they were in this past week with that beautiful food, go to harryspoolside.com. That's harryspoolside.com. Go to the events tab. You'll see our event there. You can click and get your tickets. $70 a piece. It is the best deal you'll find for a food pairing event in all of Central Florida. It's not even close. And there's only 6 tickets available. Again, that's harryspoolside.com. We'll see you tomorrow night at 6:30 at Harry's Poolside Bar and Grill.
And it never ceases to amaze me how Chef Tellaluna can come up with these dishes that pair so well with either beer or wine, and he doesn't drink.
Doesn't drink a drop.
Not a drop.
Teetotaler.
So it's amazing
He
that
does.
just having his sous chef or the people on his team describe the flavors, because umami to you might be a different umami to me.
For sure.
And for him to come up with these pairings that work so well is really an art.
Every single time we go, and I will tell you, because this is the last one of the season, every time we do one, it sells more than half out that night for the next one already. So, all right, again, it's 407-916-1041. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show. Hang loose.
Real Radio is on Instagram at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
From the Cool Today Weather Center, cooltoday.com.
Hey there, Central Florida. This is Fox 35. Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard here with your Friday evening forecast. We're going to slowly start to see those temperatures dip into the 60s as we head through the overnight tonight, but mainly clear skies overall. Heads up if you have any plans early tomorrow morning. Going to be seeing some patchy fog near any water bodies, so just make sure you are being careful if you're headed out early tomorrow. Other than that, we have a picture-perfect weekend ahead. Mostly sunny skies and temperatures through the mid-80s.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This hour of programming is brought to you by My Home Builders Network. Need new windows? Then you need Mike and his team at hbnusa.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. Call 800-522-5700. 800-522-5700.
Moments like my daughter telling me a new joke mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Don't be scared. It's Halloween season, and the free iHeartRadio app has everything you need to make it a scream. Commercial-free Halloween radio. Custom playlists like Fright Night Rock. And spooky podcasts like
Stuff to blow your mind.
Open the free iHeartRadio app, search Halloween, and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
iHeartRadio.
Attention.
If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 689-305-2853. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 689-305-2853. That's 689-305-2853.
Car accidents can be scary, but dealing with the insurance company can be even scarier. This Halloween, don't get tricked. Just call Mo. Injured on the go? Just call Mo.com. Orlando's attorneys.
These days, everything in Orlando costs more. But a single line at Verizon doesn't. Get one line for as low as $50 per month when you switch and bring your phone. So, while coffee is definitely costing more, here at Verizon, you can save. And dinner for two has gotten pricey. Verizon, less pricey. Kissimmee rent, that's not coming down. But Verizon, down. One line for just $50 a month. That designer Golden Doodle, so much more. But Verizon, a fair bit less. Even a good old tried and true hamburger will cost you more. But with Verizon, the same tried and true service is now just $50 per month for a single line on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Point is, in a world that is always costing more, you can get more for less right now at an Orlando Verizon store. $15 promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G, 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
This earful of Real Radio is sponsored by Rebath.com.
Stay tuned to the Jim Colbert Show as we demonstrate our attitude of gratitude. Our thank you segment is sponsored by Life Imaging FLA. Now open. Call pound 250 keyword heart scan. More Jim Colbert Show in 3, 2, 1.
Hello, friends. It's your favorite JCS bartender here. And this week, I don't have a drink recipe. I'm on my way to the campground to enjoy the weekend with some other JCS fans like Big T and some other Real Radio family that love the shows that we hear on this station. So all I'm going to say is enjoy yourselves this weekend, crack a beer, have some Jell-O shots, and have a good time. Love you guys.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1. Jim is on his way to the Art of the Vine event to benefit New Hope for Kids.
Such a cool event.
It is such a cool event. It's benefiting for a really cool organization.
Absolutely.
A really super cool organization. And speaking of super cool, I think we need to find somebody with a drone.
Why is that?
Because we need to go fly over that campsite this weekend. That's we're gonna get some content for social for sure. Might be illegal at the same time, but what the heck? Like I said, you've got Deb and Jack. Jim will be back with us on Monday, emceeing tonight's event, where he'll be giving away a BMW at 9:30 tonight.
That's pretty cool.
That is very cool.
Yeah,
Have
it's
you
a sharp
ever,
car.
It is a sharp car. Have you ever won anything like big like that in a raffle?
That big? No. Let's see. I won $1,000 once.
Ooh.
In a radio contest. That might be it.
I won my family's
what
first and only VCR.
Oh, really?
Fishbowl Radio Shack pulled my name.
Nice.
Yeah. I was pretty proud of myself. No BMW.
How long ago was that?
That was in the 80s when my parents were like, pay what for what?
Yeah, because I remember...
They were like $800-900.
Yes, when VCR first came out. Crazy.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
And, I mean, did you have a VCR in your home?
We did. It was... I remember it was a gift, but I know this thing was over $600.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy.
Yeah,
so I was lucky that we were able to win it because there was going to be no chance of buying that in my household.
Yeah.
Speaking of winning it, now I know we're going to get ready to play our limericks today for the Bucks Bus that you and Jimmy and Daniel Dennis are going to be on Sunday.
Yes.
But before we get to those, Jack, I
Yes.
wanted to find out, are you truly going to go hardcore this weekend? Because you were talking about going to the Bucks game,
Yeah.
getting home right about 7 o'clock or so, and heading right for Exploria Stadium to watch Orlando City beat whoever they need to beat.
Yeah, Charlotte FC. And because it is round one in the playoffs. Right now, that is my plan. That is my plan. Keep in mind, in between now and then, in an hour and 21 minutes, 25 minutes, whatever, game one, game one, World Series.
Right.
Yankees, Dodgers. Tomorrow night, game two. Get up, do Captain's Log Radio, then get on the bus, go to Tampa, go to the football game, get on the bus, come back. My wife picks me up. We go to the Orlando City game. That's the plan. Unless on the way back from the bus, I am just totally, I'm saying, I can't do this. But I think I can do it. I'll be resting on the bus.
But wait a minute. You're willing to miss game two of...
No. Game two is Saturday night.
Saturday night.
There's no
Okay.
game. It's a travel day on Sunday.
Okay.
So there's NFL football, but no baseball.
That means you have to limit your old-fashioned intake on Saturday night.
Yeah, to a degree. I still...
That's my
you know
boy.
what? I took off the past 3 nights, too. I said, I'm going to wait until game one.
There you go.
So
there you
I
go.
didn't have any throughout the week. But then so Sunday is live sports day between soccer playoffs and Tampa. And then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday are games 3, 4, and 5 if necessary.
Wow.
All from Yankee Stadium.
Wow.
Which I'll be there for that. No, I'm just dreaming.
Okay. You saw my face like, what?
Yeah.
You got tickets?
How are you going to do that?
That is awesome, dude. That would be a game to see. Would you be willing to throw down money for that?
I would, but not right now. Not this year. It's not in the cards this year. I've been to one World Series game. Unfortunately, it's when the Marlins beat them. Jim Phillips and I went to a game down in Miami. They lost to the Marlins that game and that series. And then I've been to I went to a playoff game 3 years ago. They were playing the Red Sox in Yankee Stadium. I was in New York for one night. It was my trip to Canada, and I was there for one night. And I was there. It was electric for the first two and a half innings. And then the Red Sox proceeded to win something like $1 billion to 1 or something. It was in the teens. We had regular position players pitching by the end of it. It was so bad. It's just like...
that'd put you off doing that for a while.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I hope you do make it to the Orlando City game Sunday night. I think you can do it.
I think I can.
If my mom and I can go from Orlando to Miami to see Taylor Swift, you can go from
Right.
Tampa back to Orlando and watch Orlando City.
Plus, my wife is going to pick me up. She's driving. We have a parking spot. I have the ticket. So everything is all there. All the pieces are there. It's just what kind of condition will I be in?
Exactly.
Because I am on the bus with, 24 listeners.
Right.
As a matter of fact, we have to figure out the last 2 listeners, or the last listener is going to win a pair of tickets, and we have it narrowed down. I think we have 4 limericks.
All right.
If they are, I'm not even sure. What's a limerick? A short poem? I never really
You
looked
and
up the
Jimmy with the
definition.
haiku and the limericks and everything, but we have 4 contestants we need to choose from, right?
Oh yeah. So
Final pair?
let's get it. Yeah, here we go.
Oh.
Here's it. Here, and this is up to you. I have Jimmy already voted before he left.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
There once was a Sunday so bright, Tampa Bay Bucks showed up with all their might. They played Falcons with flair and left them impaired. Now their NFC South hopes take flight. Go Bucks. Not out.
Not only it's all factual, it's good, and he's got that deep voice.
I know,
too.
it's very
Upon the Bucks bus is where I should go. Have I ever been to a Bucks game? The answer is no, but with my friend Jack, we'll sit in the back and we'll get drunk all the way home.
I like that short, sweet, and to the point.
Okay, and then we move on. Here we go.
Hickory dickory dock. In Tampa, where football's a show, with Bucks woes, Jim Colbert's in tow. Injured stars take a seat while the Falcons compete, and the crowd screams, Baker, just throw. They won with the play so extreme, even the fans joined the team. They tackled with flair, gave the Falcons a scare. Now they're back in the hunt for the cream. Sickle.
So the two things I like about that. One, the creamsicle, it is a creamsicle weekend, which means they're wearing the old school, the orange uniforms.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the creamsicle uniforms. So it's a creamsicle weekend for the Bucks, but also the attempt at the Christopher Walken impression.
That, and I love that dude's accent. I can't quite pick out where it's from, but
yeah. So here's the finalist.
All right.
Over crew, this ain't AI. I thought this up on my ride. Baker Mayfield and Rashad White give Tampa Bay all the might. Bucky Irving and Sean Tucker make the Falcons look like suckers. As we watch Atlanta lose, we shall celebrate while drinking booze.
Oh, so there you go.
Yeah, very good. And I like the fact that he's like, give me props. AI did not do this for me.
Yeah, I do like that because Jim and I were talking this was really at 2:50. We're like, so what are we doing today?
I remember that.
And he said Limerick, and I'm like, and he's like, but I should write one first. And I just walked outside. I'm like, I just brought up ChatGPT. I'm like, write a limerick,
right, exactly.
Bucks versus Falcons. I wrote Bucks beating the Falcons because you wanted the Bucks to have the edge
there you
in
go.
whatever you told.
There you go. So kudos to that guy.
Yeah.
Doing it on his own.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite?
It's a toss-up between 2 and 3, Jack. 2 and 3. I do like the cream sickle.
Yeah.
I do. I love that part. It's so beatnik to me.
Yeah.
I don't know why. What do you think?
Is that the one you like, creamsicle?
I do.
Because I have Jim's vote.
Oh, he voted early? That's so not like him.
I know. I made him. I go, dude, you got to pick one because we need 3 people to vote to make sure it's not a tie. Come on. Well, it still could be a tie.
That's true.
But it's not.
It's not?
No, because here's your winner.
Hickory dickory dock.
It's the creamsicle.
In Tampa, where football's a show, with Bucks woes, Jim Colbert's in tow. Injured stars take a seat while the Falcons compete, and the crowd screams, Baker, just throw. They won with the play so extreme, even the fans joined the team. They tackled with flair, gave the Falcons a scare. Now they're back in the hunt for the cream. Sickle.
Congratulations, Christopher Walken.
Yeah. And actually, and Jimmy's pick was this one.
There once was...
Which I just love the voice.
I do too, man. He needs to narrate movies or books on tape or something, especially around the holiday season.
Okay, so real quick, there's something that we play every other day. We play this, and you say something, and I always disagree with you on this because you say you hear something.
I do.
Well, let's take a look. Can you quickly describe what you're saying you hear?
He's saying we're a gay show.
Okay. I can hear him say game show.
Oh,
right?
you can hear game?
I can hear game. You don't, though. You have headphones on.
I do.
You hear this the same way I do. I'm going to...
Game show.
Nope.
Okay.
I hear gay show.
All right. So you don't. So I've started to... I did this a while ago. So I slow it down.
Game show.
That's just game show. All right. So let's keep going here.
All right. Because I still hear gay.
Game. Game.
You're not hearing it yet? All
No.
right, let's wait. Try this one.
There you go.
I just the M. You hear that?
No. I still hear gay. Gay. You're insulting our show over and over again.
That's the part. Here, I'm going to slow it down. All right, wait, I got one more for it. This is as slow as I can go. Right? That noise at the end, that is the M.
I'm telling you, I don't hear it. He needs to recut it and go, game.
Well,
show.
I think that's what we're getting right here.
I think that is what we're getting. All right. Well, I will do my best to hear the M from that point forward. But, Jack, let's go ahead and do You Heard It Here first.
It's time for You Heard It Here First on The Jim Colbert Show.
Yeah, Jack actually brought this to us as breaking news during Woke News in the 3 o'clock hour. But if you hadn't heard, an astronaut is currently in the hospital unexpectedly after their splashdown earlier today on a SpaceX Crew Dragon capsule. 3 NASA astronauts and a Russian cosmonaut were transferred to a medical facility, and one does remain in the hospital with an undisclosed, quote, medical issue, end quote. The rest flew to their home base at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston after a health evaluation. NASA has not provided further details about the crew member at the medical facility other that they are in stable condition. All right, sad news out of the music world. Grateful Dead founding member and bassist Phil Lesh has died at the age of 84. His family announced on his Instagram page that he peacefully passed away this morning. Lesh co-wrote some of the band's most well-known songs, including Truckin', Unbroken Chain, and Box of Rain.
A box of rain will ease the pain and love. You see it.
He went on to play with the Grateful Dead offshoots, The Other Ones, and The Dead following the death of Jerry Garcia. And then finally, the Los Angeles Dodgers, forget about them, and New York Yankees are going to meet in Game 1 of the World Series tonight. This marks the 12th time the two storied franchises have met in the Fall Classic, but the first since 1981. It'll also be the first time superstars Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge play on baseball's biggest stage. Before the game, the Dodgers are going to pay tribute to pitching great Fernando Valenzuela, who passed away earlier this week. Yeah, absolutely. First pitch at Dodger Stadium is set for 8:08 p.m. Eastern. And Jack, right before we were talking about if you'd ever been to a World Series game, be grateful you're not going to be at this game.
Talk to me.
Los Angeles is bracing for Carmageddon tonight. There are 6 major events all happening basically in the same area. All of the events will likely overlap and should be letting out at about the same time. 6 events all letting out at the same time. Add that onto your usual LA traffic.
I've got a few years ago, I went to, actually a few. It was 11 years ago. My wife and I went to California. She had 2 wedding gigs a week apart. So we spent time in 3 different areas.
Wow.
And on the night she was singing, I went to an Angels game on one night, and I went to a Dodgers game on the other night, and it was fantastic.
I bet.
Oh, yeah.
I bet.
So much fun.
A lot of fun.
Yeah.
But the traffic, not a lot of fun.
You know, it wasn't too bad for us that trip, but you could see where it's like, you know, what we have I-4, imagine I-4, like if every highway was like I-4, you know.
Regardless, you heard it here first on the Jim Colbert Show. All right, real quick, we want to thank Corona Cigar Company. Don't forget to check out their latest deal for this week. You can check that out at Corona Cigar or Corona.com. Also want to thank Fayez Cara, restaurant critic for the Orlando Weekly. If you missed his restaurant review, you can get that at JimColbertLive.com. And then last but never least, Sam Bowen and Candace Rich for running our YouTube chat. Jack, did we have a question of the day?
We did. Are you watching the World Series tonight in our YouTube chat?
Oh, I'm going to go 65% say yes.
Oh, no, not even close.
No?
26% say yes.
So yeah. it's all your fellow Yankees fans?
Yeah, I think it's just, the super fans love it. You know,
right.
I don't know. As far as a matchup, this is the 2 biggest payrolls, but the 2 biggest television media markets.
Oh, without a doubt.
So I would expect there to be good TV numbers, but really it's also going to see how it plays out. If it's a 4-game series or 5-game series, it's like, you know.
But Shohei and Aaron, there's those players that, you know, records could be made, broken.
Absolutely.
To be able to watch that live.
I'm excited and a little nervous.
I don't blame you. It's always nerve-wracking when your team's in the big dance, but go Yankees on your behalf. Have a great time Sunday on the Bucks bus.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to be joining a few thousand of my favorite friends for the 40th annual Mount Dora Arts and Crafts Fair. Maybe I'll see you downtown Mount Dora tomorrow. The weather is going to be beautiful this weekend.
Perfect.
So whatever you've got planned, we We hope you'll keep Real Radio 104.1 a part of it. We'll be back on Monday, like I said, with Jimmy in tow. We follow the News Junkie. They follow the Monsters in the morning right after us. It's a corporate time with Tom and Dan. Don't forget Captain's Jack Yacht Rock Weekend.
Captain's Log Radio.
And that'll be taking place on Sunday. We'll be back on Monday at 3. Until then, have a fabulous weekend. Bye.
Lord have mercy.
A Corporate Time with Tom and Dan is coming up next on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Heavy traffic continues in the Orlando area this afternoon on I-4 for those traveling east and westbound from Sand Lake all the way down through Celebration and by Champions Gate to US 27. Traffic is heavily backed up north and southbound on the Turnpike between 192 and the Greenway exit. Delays now heavy on the Beach Line as well for those traveling between State Road 520 and the Greenway. If you see traffic problems, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-6768. 477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Early Learning Coalition of Seminole. Every child learns in their own way, and the ELC of Seminole is passionate about sparking meaningful connections. Their school readiness programs support income-eligible families by offering scholarships to programs that foster early learning and development. Get started today at sparkyoungminds.com.
We want you to be like Justin, because Justin won $1,000 listening to Real Radio.
I've been trying for so long. This is epic.
Epic indeed, Justin. Epic indeed. What were you doing when you heard the keyword?
Pressure washing a deck area.
Well, Justin, now it looks like you can pay somebody to do that for you.
I'm Justin from Orlando, and I just won $1,000 listening to Real Radio 104.1.
Be like Justin. Listen for the keywords, enter on our website at realradio.fm, and then answer your phone when you get the call. Pressure washing offense not required. This contest presented locally by Mills Air.
Mills Air, been in business since 1992. That's over 30 years. Carrier factory authorized dealer. Rebates up to $1,275 for brand new Carrier units. Turn to the